surprise party for Israel and forgot to send out the hush-hush invitations. Meanwhile, Iran is probably just standing outside with a cake, wondering where everyone went. The EU-11A is basically the wingman here, flying around and gathering intel like it's some kind of airborne gossip columnist. I mean, why send a text when you can send a plane, right? And can we talk about the timing? 4 days of circling a secret base? That's either a really bad case of lost my GPS, or a dramatic buildup for an upcoming military reality show.
What are the implications of a U.S. aircraft flying so close to Israeli operations?
The implications. It's like opening a can of sardines, smells bad, but you can't look away. The U.S. flying over Israeli operations is like that friend who shows up at a party uninvited, then decides to DJ. It clearly suggests that Uncle Sam is still trying to keep his fingers in this Middle Eastern pie, while Israel is probably thinking, "Thanks for the support, but can you keep it less obvious?" You know, like trying to sneak in a salad when everyone's expecting pizza. It raises eyebrows in Iran, of course, who are probably just sitting there like, is this some kind of military version of a flash mob? Add a few more planes and we might just have a full-blown air dance-off.
How do you see these aerial activities affecting U.S.-Iran relations?
Oh, it's like trying to improve your relationship with your in-laws by showing up with a gift basket filled with expired goods. These aerial activities are basically the equivalent of sending a postcard that says, "Wish you were here," but with drones and missiles in the background. The US might think they're sending a friendly neighborly hello, but Iran is likely reading it as a "we're watching you" postcard, complete with ominous music in the background. So, unless we want to turn this little military game into a full-blown circus, someone better bring the elephant in the room some peanuts, or things could get real messy. Real quick.
What do you think the general public's perception is regarding military aircraft flying over foreign territories?
Oh, the general public? They're probably somewhere between, "Oh, cool military jets," and "why can't they just use Google Maps?" It's like watching a reality show, where half the viewers think it's scripted drama, and the other half are just there for the explosions. Most people see military aircraft and think, "Wow, that'll really spice up my morning commute," while others are starting a hashtag to free the sky from military surveillance. But let's be honest, unless there's a war movie being filmed, the average Joe isn't really thrilled about aircraft as part of their daily lives. They'd rather keep their feet on the ground and their heads out of the clouds. Unless we're talking about a nice airplane-themed vacation, of course.
In your opinion, how is the media handling this situation with their coverage?
Oh, the media is absolutely loving it. They're treating this like the Super Bowl of international news. It's a college football game mixed with a soap opera, each headline more dramatic than the last, like, U.S. military craft joins the party, tensions with Iran reach fever pitch. It's classic clickbait, folks. They'll throw in some phrases like unprecedented and suspenseful standoff, as if we're all waiting for the next season finale. Meanwhile, real journalists are probably rolling their eyes and wondering if they can get their hands on some actual facts, instead of just the glittery confetti of sensationalism. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they start selling action figures based on the EU-11A and Iran's responses. Collect them all and see what happens next.
What advice would you give to those trying to understand these complex geopolitical issues?
Oh, my advice? Grab some popcorn, folks. Seriously. Think of it like watching a really long, confusing movie. One that has so many plot twists you need a whiteboard to keep track. First, try not to take it too seriously. Nothing says healthy mindset like chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Secondly, follow the headlines but don't forget to read the fine print. Sometimes the real story is buried under layers of jargon thicker than a New York bagel. And finally, remember that each tweet or news report is just one piece of a very large, very messy puzzle. So, unless you want your understanding of geopolitical issues to be as clear as mud, just keep your sense of humor intact and don't forget to fact-check. Because sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction.
So, the UAE has shot down 2 Iranian drones. What does this tell us about the state of tensions in the Gulf region?
The Gulf region, where tensions are as common as bad hair days. It tells us that the UAE is not taking drone selfies lightly. I mean, who knew that drones had a penchant for flying into restricted airspace? It's almost like they were asking for a free trip to the bottom of the sea. Clearly, the UAE is saying, you can send your little flying machines, but don't forget, this isn't a video game, and we ain't giving out extra lives. So, one might say, tensions are rising faster than a soufflé in an oven.
How should we interpret this incident in the context of international relations?
Well, interpreting this incident in international relations is like trying to find a needle in a haystack while blindfolded and riding a unicycle. On one end, you've got the UAE flexing its military muscles like it just discovered protein shakes, and on the other, we have Iran possibly wondering if their drones have been entered into an aerial demolition derby. It's a classic case of look, but don't touch, unless you want to become a very expensive fish-feeding operation. International relations these days feel less like chess and more like a game of Twister, where everyone's trying to avoid stepping on each other's toes without getting tangled up in a mess.
What could be the potential repercussions of this drone incident?
Oh, the repercussions could be as wild as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. I mean, we could be looking at diplomatic discussions heating up faster than your average microwave popcorn. Pop, pop, pop! Countries might start convening emergency meetings and sending sternly worded letters that nobody reads, while military analysts sharpen their pencils and throw around words like escalation and strategic response like confetti at a New Year's party. And let's not forget the media circus. They'll be all over it like a kid on a piñata, trying to get the juiciest bits for their evening news specials. So, prepare for a delightful roller coaster of tweets, statements, and possibly some awkward family dinners among nations.
Are these kinds of military engagements becoming more frequent in the region?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a new trend, and not the fun kind like avocado toast or fidget spinners. These military engagements are popping up more often than your neighbor's unwanted holiday decorations. It's almost as if someone decided to turn the Gulf into a reality show called Keeping Up with the Tensions, where every week there's a new cliffhanger that leaves you at the edge of your seat. One minute there's a drone incident, the next it's naval maneuvers. It's a buffet of uncertainty, and countries are just grabbing whatever they can without checking the ingredients. You'd think they'd learn to play nice, but no one wants to sit at the children's table when they can throw tantrums instead.
What role does social media play in the spread of news about incidents like these?
Social media is like that noisy ant at family gatherings, always talking, and sometimes sharing stories that you wish weren't aired for the world to see. In incidents like this, platforms are buzzing faster than bees in a flower garden, with everyone sharing opinions, memes, and hot takes like it's a culinary competition. One tweet can spark outrage faster than a grease fire, and suddenly, everyone thinks they're an expert on international diplomacy, when in reality, their experience extends to arguing with their siblings over who gets the last slice of pizza. So, you have to love how news can go from a serious military action to a trending hashtag in seconds, all because someone thought it would be funny to attach a GIF of a cat with a drone.
How can we expect the countries involved to respond moving forward?
Oh, the responses will probably be as predictable as a sitcom's laugh track. We can expect some diplomatic channels to be flooded with calls, emails, and maybe even a few smoke signals. Because why not keep it classic? The involved countries will likely engage in a little dance of diplomacy, where they take turns stepping on each other's toes while pretending to be civil. And let's not forget the obligatory press releases, each as stiff and formal as a penguin in a tuxedo. Expect a lot of regret and concern thrown around, but behind closed doors, they might be sharpening their pens for the next round of their favorite game. Who can make the most bluster without actually doing anything? Because, let's face it, talking tough is much easier than taking action.
So, we've just discovered a secret military runway in Iraq. What's the scoop on that?
Ah, yes, the discovery of a runway in Iraq, because what's better than a hidden military facility right next to the playground of international tensions? It's like finding a secret stash of cookies in a diet program. Apparently, this runway is as long as a football field, or, more accurately, about 1.9 kilometers, which is roughly the distance I run when I'm trying to escape social obligations. And let's not forget that it's conveniently located near Al-Nukib, which I'm pretty sure is Arabic for next to the last thing you want to see when you're already stressed about geopolitics. The runway seems to have popped up faster than a pop star's latest single, with satellite photos showing no signs of it before February 23rd. I guess it just wanted to make a grand entrance.
What does this runway mean for the relationship between Israel and Iran?
Oh, just your average Tuesday in the Middle East, really. This runway might as well have a neon sign saying, "Welcome to the tensions are us." It's like when your neighbor builds a treehouse, and you suspect it's not just for kids, but for some kind of illicit espionage. The implications could be enormous, with Iran looking at this new runway like it's a kid eyeing a candy store after a long day. I mean, do we really need more reasons for Israel and Iran to play their favorite game? Who's got the bigger military? It's like watching a couple of 10-year-olds squabble over who gets to use the swing set first. But in this case, the swing set is armed with missiles. Exciting times, huh?
How do you think the world will react to this discovery?
Well, the world is going to react like a kid who just found out there's no more ice cream in the freezer. Lots of whining and panic. Expect the usual suspects to dust off their breaking news banners and go into full-on analysis mode as they figure out how a military runway somehow became a hot topic. It will probably trigger an avalanche of think pieces, debates, and hot takes faster than you can say geopolitical chess game. Nations will issue stern statements like they're reprimanding a dog for chewing on the sofa. And don't forget the social media frenzy, because nothing says serious military discovery like a meme of a cat in a pilot's outfit flying a jet over Iraq.
Is there any chance this runway could lead to actual military conflicts?
Oh, absolutely. Just think of it like adding a little bit of ghost pepper to a jalapeno. Things already heat up quickly in that region, and this runway could be the spark that sets off an entire barbecue of conflicts. It's like watching a reality show where contestants throw increasingly absurd challenges at each other. Who can invade the other's airspace faster? If tensions rise, we could see some military exercises or even a diplomatic fender bender, where everyone plays bumper cars but with jets instead. So, keep your popcorn close, because this roller coaster is just getting started.
What can be done to alleviate these growing tensions?
Well, if only there was a tensions be gone spray we could use. Sadly, diplomacy is less like a magic wand and more like trying to untangle Christmas lights, frustrating and often results in shouting. It seems like everyone just needs to sit down, grab a cup of coffee, and work out their differences like civilized adults. But we all know adulting is a myth. How about a peace summit, complete with cookies and comfortable chairs? Because if you throw some snacks into a room full of world leaders, who knows, maybe they'll finally agree on something. It's worth a shot, right? Just imagine the headlines. World leaders unite over cookies while tensions simmer down. Now that's a news story to celebrate.
So, we've got Hezbollah's FPV drone intruding into Israeli airspace, causing quite the stir at the Lebanon border. What's your take on this situation?
Well, it seems like the drone just wanted to take a little cross-border vacation, but unfortunately, it picked the wrong destination. I mean, who knew the Lebanon-Israel border was the new hotspot for drone tourism? And thankfully, it didn't cause any damage, which is a relief because I can only imagine the drone pilot's face when he realized he'd just booked a one-way ticket to hover over Metula rather than a beach resort. Good old bomb disposal teams had to play the role of the overprotective parents, safely retrieving the little rascal before it got too comfortable. It's a tense situation, sure, but let's be honest. The real question is, had it been delivering snacks or just trying to take aerial selfies?
Tensions are rising in the region. Do you think this incident will have any larger implications?
Oh, absolutely. Nothing says, let's escalate tensions, quite like a rogue drone whizzing through airspace, like it's auditioning for a role in a spy movie. I mean, if it had sunglasses and a tiny little chip on its shoulder, it could have even been the star of the next big international thriller. But in all seriousness, while this drone incident might just seem like a Sunday family picnic gone awry, it does highlight that both sides have their gadgets ready for a showdown. Diplomatic negotiations? Nah, let's just send in the drones to handle our disputes like their text messages. And as we all know, nothing calms a heated situation faster than a good old-fashioned drone showdown. Just picture it. Two drones, battling it out for aerial supremacy like a scene straight out of an action film.
What are the potential responses from Israel's military?
Oh, you know, the usual. Send a polite thank you for the unsolicited airshow note, while prepping their defense systems, like they're contestants in a high-stakes game show. Israel's military is probably sitting back, sipping some coffee and wondering if this drone is just a scout for some upcoming aerial invasion. I mean, how hard can it be to defend your airspace from a glorified flying Wi-Fi extender? If I were them, I'd just start draping no-fly zone banners everywhere, like they were planning a really exclusive outdoor concert. And let's face it, who wouldn't want to see drones try to outsmart anti-drone technology? It's like watching two squirrels compete for the same acorn. One is always going to get outsmarted. And I have a feeling it won't be the squirrel with the fancy maneuvers.
Could this lead to further drone activity from Hezbollah or other groups?
Well, if I were Hezbollah and I saw how easily my drone snuck into a neighbor's yard, I'd be thinking, this is the new way to throw a surprise party. I mean, why knock on the door when you can just hover over the fence and make your presence known? It may just inspire other little tech-savvy groups to join the Drone Invasion Club, like a trendy membership for folks who want to avoid actual combat. Next thing you know, we'll be seeing drone races as the latest form of conflict resolution. Just picture it, drones zooming around like NASCARs, complete with cheering fans, dramatic commentary, and maybe even a reality show. Keeping up with the drones. The stakes will be high, but there's no way these unruly flyers will miss an opportunity for a little competitive spirit.
How does the public in Israel react to incidents like these?
Oh, the public? They're probably treating it like a new episode of their favorite geopolitical soap opera. As the drone flies, you know, glued to their phones, eagerly waiting for updates, as if their lives depended on knowing every little detail. It's like a blend of worry and morbid curiosity. People want to know if they should be terrified, or if they can just carry on with their morning coffee. I can almost hear the coffee shop chatter now. Did you hear about the drone? Oh my God, should I move to a safer neighborhood? Or should I just invest in a drone of my own for defense? It's like living in a giant game of chess where everyone's casually wondering if the knight is about to launch into the next great aerial escapade.
Is there anything that can be done to prevent these drone intrusions in the future?
Ah yes, the million-dollar question. Well, you could try a couple of things. One option is to slap some big, no drones allowed signs on the border. I mean, nothing says stay out, quite like a shiny piece of plastic and a passive-aggressive tone, right? Or maybe we could start using some of those fancy anti-drone tech gadgets that look like they were pulled straight from a sci-fi movie. Who knows? We could even start a new trend of drone fencing, where countries are building tiny drone-proof walls, like they're trying to keep out nosy neighbors. At the end of the day, though, it might just come down to good old-fashioned communication. If only drones came equipped with an "I'm sorry" feature for when they accidentally invade someone else's airspace, that would save a lot of headaches.
So, it seems Israeli airstrikes have resulted in the tragic loss of healthcare workers and injuries to others in southern Lebanon. Can you break down this news for us?
Ah yes, nothing like a good old airstrike to spice up an otherwise mundane Tuesday. I mean, who needs coffee when you have explosions to wake you up, right? It's like the world decided that healthcare workers were the new piñatas, and someone just took a swing with a fighter jet. They say laughter is the best medicine, but I think these folks would settle for not being bombed while trying to help people. If only the world would invest more in peace talks, instead of turning hospitals into just another target practice zone.
What can you tell us about the local and international reactions to this incident?
Oh, local reactions are as predictable as the sun rising in the east. People are outraged, calling for justice, and wondering if the world can possibly sink any lower. Spoiler alert, it can. International responses? Well, those usually come wrapped in a bow of diplomatic language. It's like sending a get-well-soon card to a war zone. Sweet in theory but utterly pointless, when the only thing needing healing is the entire region. Let's face it. Words are cheap, especially when you're dealing with human lives. It's like trying to put out a fire with a water balloon.
How do these events affect the healthcare system in Lebanon?
Ah, the healthcare system in Lebanon. A gold star example of what not to do in a crisis. With healthcare workers dodging missiles instead of saving lives, it's like a game of Twister gone wrong, but with added shrapnel. This will make an already fragile healthcare system feel like it's on a roller coaster with no safety bar. You can almost hear the doctors muttering, "First, do no harm," and then wondering if they should add "unless struck by a missile" in small print. Honestly, who needs health insurance when the real risk is simply trying to do your job? It's a tragic comedy at this point.
What are the long-term implications for the region following such tragic events?
Long-term implications? Oh, they'll probably include a sequel to the ongoing saga of conflict, complete with plot twists nobody asked for. You know, like the kind of sequel that no one wants to watch, but somehow keeps getting made. Economic instability, increased refugee crises, and a healthcare system that feels like it's on a lifelong quest for the nearest exit sign. It's like trying to fill a bathtub with the drain wide open. Good luck with that. And yet, all we can do is sit back and hope for a miracle, or at the very least, some decent popcorn for this tragic rerun of history.
Given all this, what message do you think the international community should take from these events?
The international community should probably start with a simple message. Stop playing with fire unless you want to get burned. But let's be honest. They'll likely send another strongly worded email instead. Because nothing says I care, like typing out a few sentences from the safety of a plush office chair, miles away from the chaos. It's like yelling at your TV during a sports game, hoping the players can hear you. If they really wanted to make a difference, they'd show up packing more than just words. A little diplomacy and a lot more effort would go a long way. But who are we kidding? Getting countries to agree on lunch is hard enough, let alone peace.
So, it seems like over 10 Hezbollah members were killed in Israeli airstrikes targeting 40 locations in southern Lebanon. What's your take on this?
Ah yes. Nothing like a good old-fashioned air raid to spice up the weekend. It's like they had a coupon for 40% off chaos and decided to use it all at once. Meanwhile, Hezbollah must be thinking, well, that wasn't on the agenda for this quarter. I mean, if only they had a fire drill for this kind of thing. Instead of just dodging bombs, perhaps they should invested in building a bunker that doubles as a fancy cocktail bar. Because talk about a bad time to be underwhelmed by good planning.
What do you think the Israeli government's strategy is behind these airstrikes?
Strategically speaking, it's like playing chess with a toddler. You move a piece, they throw the board off the table, and you're left wondering if you should just start a new game or call their parents. Israel flexing its military muscle is definitely a look what I can do moment. They probably thought, why just target one mosquito when we can take out an entire swamp? Talk about overachieving. Their strategy seems rather clear. If you can't beat them, bomb them until they reconsider their life choices. It's like a dramatic enactment of how not to win friends and influence people.
What impact do you think this will have on the region?
Well, you know what they say about throwing a rock into a pond. The ripples can get a tad messy. It's like adding hot sauce to an already spicy dish. Sure, it might make for an exciting dinner, but somebody's definitely heading for the nearest fire extinguisher afterward. The region could either calm down for a touch of peace and tranquility, or escalate into a full-blown game of who's got the bigger bomb. I mean, let's be real, negotiations are about as effective as trying to teach a cat to fetch. It's going to be a wild ride, and I hope everyone packed their seatbelts.
Is there a possibility of retaliation from Hezbollah?
Possibility? Oh, it's practically guaranteed. You know, it's sort of like when you accidentally steps on someone's toes at a wedding. You might as well prepare for a brawl. Hezbollah isn't exactly known for their live and let live philosophy. They're probably sitting around their planning table saying, well, that was rude. Time to make them regret the day they decided to tango. It's like ordering a pizza with extra toppings and then being shocked when it arrives with more than you bargained for. Retaliation is just their way of reminding everyone that they're still in the game, complete with dramatic music and flashy replays.
What are the potential consequences for civilians caught in the crossfire?
Oh, the civilians, bless their hearts. They're like the unfortunate extras in a bad action movie. Lots of explosions, no solid script, and they'd rather just be sipping coffee in peace. The consequences for them are about as pleasant as stepping on Lego bricks in the middle of the night. You've got displaced families, disrupted lives, and a massive influx of humanitarian crises, all wrapped up in a nice little explosive package. It's a classic case of, we're just trying to live our lives, but can't we catch a break? But alas, war sees civilians as just background music to its loud, chaotic symphony.
How do you see the international community reacting to this situation?
Oh, the international community, the world's most famous collective group of professional hand-wringers. They'll send out tweets, hold meetings, and maybe even pen a strongly worded letter. Because nothing says, "I care" quite like a well-crafted missive. You'd think they'd show up with popcorn and enjoy the show. Instead, they'll likely think, interesting. Let's discuss this over a delightful cup of coffee that accomplishes absolutely nothing. It's like watching a group of people trying to put out a fire with a garden hose. Lots of effort but not much impact. So, expect a healthy mix of concern and absolute inaction. It's their specialty.
So, we've got Israeli soldiers injured in a drone attack by Hezbollah. What are your thoughts on this escalating situation?
Yes. Nothing like a little drone warfare to spice up a Saturday morning, right? I mean, who needs coffee when you can wake up to the sound of flying explosives? This situation is escalating faster than my Wi-Fi connection during a Netflix binge. Just imagine the planning meetings. All right, team, let's take our drone out for a spin. And remember, aim for the soldiers, not the coffee shop. That's a hard no on civilian casualties, folks. But in all seriousness, you have to wonder if they just hit the drone drop button without any second thoughts. It's like trying to win a game of chess by throwing the board off the table.
In light of the conflict, how do you think the IDF's response will evolve?
Oh, it's just like trying to teach a cat to fetch. Sometimes the IDF hits back, and sometimes they just knock over the vase. Their response will probably be as dynamic as a soap opera plot twist. One moment they're retaliating with airstrikes, the next they're sending a strongly worded letter. I can just picture the IDF strategy meeting. Let's bomb their weapon caches. And then, how about a polite email? We did say we wanted to resolve this peacefully after all. At this point, the back and forth has become a dance-off, and I'm not sure who's leading the tango.
What do you think the international community is thinking about these developments?
Oh, the international community is probably watching this like it's a really gripping reality show. Keeping up with the conflict. They're all shouting at their screens, saying things like, "Oh no, not another escalation." Like it's a new season of some horrid drama. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, they're probably just hoping for the popcorn to last through the finale. They'll issue some statements. They might even get together for an emergency meeting. And then they'll go back to their coffee break like, "Well, that's a shame, but have you tried the scones at the UN cafe?" It's a classic case of saying a lot without really doing much.
Can we expect any immediate resolutions from this spiral of violence?
Immediate resolutions? That's rich. That's like expecting a cat to jump into your lap willingly. The only thing we can expect here is more convoluted narratives and a lot of back and forth, like a tennis match where both players are in it for the long haul. This cycle of violence is as predictable as a bad sitcom. Just when you think they've hit rock bottom, they find a trapdoor. So yeah, while everyone is playing the waiting game, I wouldn't be surprised if the actual resolution is just a bunch of diplomats arguing over the best pizza toppings. Spoiler alert, it's never pepperoni.
What do you think Hezbollah's endgame is in escalating this conflict?
Hezbollah's endgame? Oh boy, that's like trying to read a toddler's mind. Good luck with that. It seems they're aiming for more than just a good old-fashioned squabble. Maybe they're looking to establish their position like they're some sort of top-tier political influencer. Hey, everyone, look at us. We've got drones. It's a little like a child playing with firecrackers. Sure, it's exciting until someone gets burned. At the end of the day, if Hezbollah wins this, they can throw a party and call it a proving ground, while quietly plotting their next viral video. Because let's be real, nothing gets you more followers than a well-timed explosive stunt.
Given the current climate, what should we be on the lookout for in the coming weeks?
Oh, buckle up and keep your helmets on. In the coming weeks, we should be expecting more conflict-related drama than a reality TV reunion special. I mean, just when you think it can't get any crazier, somebody pulls out a surprise guest, like a random weapon cache or an unexpected drone. There will be press conferences where officials try to sound super serious while secretly looking up the best memes to distract from the situation. Just keep your eyes peeled for the next breaking news banner, because it'll probably pop up faster than your phone's battery can drain while live streaming the latest chaos. And let's be frank, the only resolution we might get is some convoluted peace talks that ultimately lead to declaring hugs and not bombs as the new national policy.
So, it seems the UAE's air defense took quite a heroic stand by intercepting 2 missiles from Iran. What's your take on this dramatic display?
Well, if that isn't the world's most expensive fireworks show, I don't know what is. I mean, talk about turning a simple missile crisis into a high-stakes episode of Mission Impossible. In a region where tensions run higher than my caffeine levels during morning meetings, watching the UAE flex its military muscles is like seeing a bodybuilder at a salad bar. You know it's all about appearances, and they're definitely not skimping on the theatrics.
What do you think this interception says about the UAE's military capabilities?
Oh, it says they're ready for anything except maybe a weekend barbecue. I mean, they've got more technology up there in the sky than I have in my entire closet. It's like they're playing a real-life version of Call of Duty, but with way more at stake. One moment, their defense system's napping, and the next, it's wide awake like a kid who just heard the ice cream truck. It's impressive. But let's hope they don't start charging admission for their next interception.
How do you think this incident will affect tensions in the Middle East?
Oh, you know? Just another day in the Middle East soap opera. It's like watching a reality show where everyone brings their own drama with missiles. This interception is bound to get some hearts racing and egos soaring. It's like the UAE just dropped the mic after a killer rap battle, and now Iran is sitting there trying to come up with an equally profound comeback. Spoiler alert. It's going to involve some kind of tweet storm and an overly dramatic press conference.
Was this interception a necessary measure or more of a symbolic gesture?
Ah, the age-old question. Is it a flex or just a good old photo op? It's like wearing your best suit to an online meeting. Sure, you might look fabulous. But does it really change how productive the meeting is? They absolutely needed to show off their air defense. But let's be honest. It's also a prime opportunity for the PR team to roll out the red carpet and invite in the cameras. Nothing like a missile interception to boost your social media presence.
What potential future implications could this interception have for international relations in the region?
Well, it's like tossing a match into a barrel of fireworks, thrilling. But you're not quite sure who's going to blow up next. This interception could lead to everyone behaving like they just had a little too much espresso, getting edgy and making all sorts of strategic moves. Countries will either arm up or hold meetings that sound more like a group therapy session than a diplomatic discussion. So, keep your popcorn handy, folks. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
What do you think the average person should take away from this news?
Honestly, just the realization that while we're here worrying about what to binge watch next, these guys are dodging missiles, like it's an Olympic sport. It's a reminder that not all heroes wear capes. Some wear military fatigues and operate complex defense systems. So, while we sit on our couches, let's at least applaud the fact that not everyone's under the same roof. Some are busy literally shooting down problems while we're complaining about our Wi-Fi connection.
So, we just heard that thousands in Gaza ran a marathon to celebrate resilience after years of conflict. What are your thoughts on that?
Ah, a marathon in Gaza after years of war. Because nothing says, let's run away from our problems quite like literally running 26 miles through a war-torn area, right? I mean, who needs therapy when you can just lace up your sneakers and sprint past the rubble? It's like they're saying, sure, the world is chaotic, but at least my running shoes are intact. And let's not overlook those brave folks with disabilities competing in a 2 kilometers race. Their spirit must be so strong, I'm pretty sure they could lift a tank if only they could catch it.
How do you think this event impacts the community in Gaza?
Well, one could argue it's like giving a kid a candy bar right before dinner. It's sweet, but at the end of the day, someone's still going to be hungry for real progress. Sure, they're running and celebrating, but it's not like the marathon results are going to change the price of bread, am I right? Still, it does create a sense of unity, like a family reunion where no one talks about Uncle Larry's bad jokes, or in this case, all the bad news. At least they're running together instead of, running away.
What do you think motivated people to participate in the marathon?
Oh, I imagine it's a mix of factors. I mean, if you've spent years dodging missiles, a 5 kilometers race probably sounds like a delightful day out. Because, who needs Netflix when you can have adrenaline? Plus, think about it. These people might just want the bragging rights. Oh, you went to a beach resort for vacation? Well, I ran a marathon in a conflict zone. What's your excuse? It's like saying you went to a fancy restaurant while they're out here live streaming their adventure, like it's the next big reality show.
How significant is it to see women participating in this marathon after years of absence?
Oh, it's monumental. It's like finding out your favorite childhood cartoon is getting a reboot. Exciting and slightly nerve-wracking. The participation of women signifies a shift in the narrative, like watching the local barista finally make a decent cup of coffee after years of subpar brews. It shows that, despite the odds stacked against them, women are reclaiming their space one stride at a time. I mean, if women can run marathons in Gaza, maybe they can also run the world, right? Watch out, global leaders.
What do you think is the biggest takeaway from this event?
The biggest takeaway? Life goes on, folks. It's like that cat meme, the one where the cat is just staring blankly at the universe's chaos around it. Gaza is that cat, and this marathon is its calm little paw in the middle of the storm. It's a reminder that humanity can find joy in the most absurd of circumstances. And let's be honest, if you can sprint through war-torn streets, you could probably handle just about anything life throws your way, like an unexpected family gathering or traffic jams.
How do events like this shape the global perception of Gaza?
Well, it's like sending a postcard from a chaotic vacation. It gives the world a glimpse of resilience that's often overshadowed by the doom and gloom headlines. Instead of just seeing destruction, people can now say, hey, look, they're running a marathon. They must be okay. It's like watching the news and thinking, oh, they have marathons? They can't be all that bad. It shifts the narrative from just survival to thriving, which is frankly a much nicer mailing list update.
So, there's this shocking news about a terror group masquerading as mourners, killing over 69 Christians in the Congo. How do you even wrap your head around that?
Well, it's like if a group of clowns showed up at a birthday party, but instead of balloons and cake, they brought machetes and mayhem. It's hard to fathom how you could be both sad and slaughterous at the same time. I mean, are they expecting a sympathy card afterward? Sending flowers to the survivors, perhaps? But this is just another Tuesday for the Congo, where do not disturb apparently applies only to the peaceful.
What could possibly motivate a group like this to disguise themselves as mourners?
Ah, classic misdirection. It's like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat, except this rabbit is a machete-wielding maniac. It's all about blending in, right? Because nothing says I'm here to help, like showing up to a funeral with a big old knife. Maybe they thought, hey, we'll just take a little piece of their sorrow and turn it into our next violent plot. It's like stealing candy from a baby, only the baby is grieving, and the candy is their lives.
How do you think the local communities are responding to this terror?
Well, if I were to guess, I'd say they're probably taking it pretty much like a Netflix binge gone horribly wrong. One minute you're watching a drama, the next minute, it's a horror show no one signed up for. The communities are probably sitting around saying, so what plot twist did we miss where we all become targets? Their response is likely a mix of disbelief, anger, and the urge to move to a less murderous neighborhood. You know, the usual reaction to being ambushed?
What about the leaders in charge? What are they doing about this situation?
Oh, the usual song and dance. They're probably holding emergency meetings that last longer than a New Year's resolution. Lots of promises to get to the bottom of this, which, let's face it, might as well be a euphemism for, let's get comfortable in our chairs and discuss this until the cows come home. Maybe they'll issue a statement that sounds good on paper, but ends up being about as useful as a chocolate teapot.
Could this incident have been avoided?
In hindsight, sure, it's always easy to say that while sipping coffee and scrolling through social media, isn't it? But realistically, when you have a terror group that thinks dressing up like sad clowns is a strategic move, it's difficult to prevent every unnecessary tragedy. It's like trying to stop a toddler from throwing a tantrum. Good luck with that. They probably could have used a little more community support, but alas, they're knee-deep in chaos instead.
What should be the international community's response to such violence?
Oh boy, what should they do? Send in the cavalry or just tweet about it? I mean, if I had $1 for every time the international community responded to violence with a strongly worded letter, I'd be richer than Jeff Bezos. They could provide aid, but let's be honest, it's like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound. It's crucial to show support, but tangible action might be a stretch when everyone's too busy trying to figure out the next trending hashtag.
So, Qatar's military just confirmed that there was a drone attack on a commercial vessel in their territorial waters, but thankfully, no casualties were reported. What's your take on this bizarre incident?
Ah yes, nothing like a good old drone attack to spice up the morning, right? It's like the universe decided that a Zen day at sea needed some dramatic flair. I mean, who doesn't enjoy a little aerial fireworks show while sailing? And let's be honest, with all the drama going on in the world today, an attack without casualties is like ordering a burger and getting just the bun. Everyone's left wondering, what's the beef? But hey, props to Qatar for keeping it casual. No casualties, just a little sky invasion.
What's the significance of this attack, considering it happened near a busy trading route?
Oh, the significance is as subtle as a hippo on a treadmill. This isn't just any random drone attack. It's like someone decided to fist bump international trade right in the nose. It's kind of a big deal. With the Persian Gulf being the trade highway of the seas, any drone taking potshots at vessels is basically throwing a pie at the Mona Lisa. Totally unnecessary and certainly eye-catching. The last thing traders want is to add ducking from drones to their list of daily tasks alongside calculating margins and wondering if they left the oven on.
How do you think this incident will affect maritime security in the region?
Oh, it's going to be tighter than a pair of skinny jeans after Thanksgiving dinner. Maritime security is going to start looking like a high-stakes game of whack-a-mole. With drone warfare becoming the new trend, I half expect the next security meeting to feature a PowerPoint presentation on Drone Dodging 101. It's all fun and games until someone gets fired for not wearing their anti-drone helmet. But really, you can expect nations to start bumping up patrols, and maybe even forming a drone retirement home, just to keep them out of mischief.
The British Maritime Trade Operations reported a fire on an oil tanker in the Gulf right after the attack. Coincidence or a larger plot?
Ah, the classic, is it a coincidence or are we living in a spy novel game? It's like the FAA and the oil industry sat down for a chat and accidentally decided to host a live-action thriller. Hey, let's set that tanker on fire right after a drone swoops down. Perfect timing, right? But really, with all the intrigue, I half expect the next headline to read: Local fisherman discovers an ancient map revealing the secret of international waters. But for now, let's just say it's more lucky break than master plot.
What are the implications for international relations, especially concerning trade?
Oh, the implications are going to be trickier than untangling your headphones after you've stuffed them in your pocket. You see, international relations are like a finely tuned orchestra, and right now someone just threw in a kazoo and a tambourine. Countries will start looking sideways at each other like a toddler eyeing a cookie jar. Trade negotiations are about to feel a lot like a game of "Don't touch that" at a kid's birthday party. Everyone's on high alert and further from the cookies than ever. Who knew drones could stir up such a hornet's nest of diplomacy?
Do you think global shipping routes might change because of this attack?
Oh, absolutely. If there's one thing that gets shipping companies more nervous than a cat in a room full of rocking chairs, it's the thought of their precious cargo being treated like a piñata at a birthday bash. Expect those routes to start looking like a maze designed by a particularly tricky mouse. I wouldn't be surprised if shipping routes get labeled optional at this point, with a friendly note saying, "Caution, drone zone ahead." It's like a game of naval chess where the pieces are always moving and everyone's always wondering if they're about to get checkmated by a flying gadget.
So, Iran just launched a missile attack on Kurdish opposition groups in Iraq, huh? What a way to say hello!
Absolutely. When you think of friendly greetings, you usually picture a warm handshake or a friendly hug. But Iran has a more theatrical approach. Instead of confetti and balloons, they opt for missiles and explosions. You know, just the usual Tuesday afternoon in the Middle East. I can imagine the scene. "Hey, how's the weather in Iraq?" "Well, pretty explosive today." It's as if they're trying to win a prize for most dramatic entrance.
No casualties reported this time. But what's the significance of this attack?
Oh, just a typical Tuesday tea party with a side of international tension. It's like throwing a rock into a pond. You cause ripples, and in this case, those ripples are the Kurdish opposition wondering if they need to upgrade their welcome mat to missile defense system. The significance? Just another notch in the long, winding belt of Middle Eastern politics, where every event feels like a thrilling season finale that leaves you both confused and slightly terrified.
How do you see this impacting the dynamic in the region?
Well, it's like a family reunion where everyone's just a little too on edge. You know, that moment when you accidentally spill the beans on Uncle Joe's secrets? Suddenly everyone's dodging missiles instead of turkey. Iran flexing its muscles like a bodybuilder at a beach. Sure, it looks impressive, but no one really wants to get too close. This creates more division in an already delicate relationship cocktail. And honestly, I'm just here hoping nobody drops the grenade of irrational decisions into the mix.
Do you think this was a calculated move or more of a spur-of-the-moment decision?
Judging by the strategic precision it took to launch those missiles, I'd say this was less spur of the moment and more we planned this in the morning meeting. It's like going to a buffet. You don't just randomly decide to take that third plate of food. No, you've mapped out your whole strategy, perhaps even with a flowchart. Those missiles were probably the dessert option. So, yes, this was definitely a calculated move to remind everyone who's still wearing the pants in this geopolitical family.
What should the international community's reaction be to this situation?
Well, I'd say the international community should grab some popcorn and settle in for the drama, but also consider sending a strongly worded letter. Diplomacy can be as awkward as a first date, where everyone's trying to impress while secretly plotting an exit strategy. They might engage in a classic, let's all sit down and talk about our feelings session, or they could go for the slightly more aggressive route and put Iran on the naughty step. The real question is, does anyone actually believe that this will end in a peaceful discussion? I mean, have you seen a family therapy session? Usually ends in chaos.
Any predictions on what we might see next in this situation?
Oh, I would bet my coffee on some dramatic retaliatory move, because nothing says, let's negotiate like a good old missile launching contest. It's like watching two kids argue over who gets the last cookie, but instead of cookies, they're tossing around serious firepower. My prediction? Expect a lot of diplomatic hand-wringing, maybe a few hashtags on Twitter. But who knows? Maybe they'll throw a peace party in the end and try to hug it all out. Spoiler alert, it usually ends with more missiles than hugs.
So, it looks like no commercial ships have passed through the Hormuz Strait for over 24 hours. What's the big deal about that?
Well, imagine a party where everyone's waiting for the punch bowl to arrive, and suddenly the punch bowl is MIA for over a day. Panic ensues. The Hormuz Strait is basically the global economy's punch bowl. About 20% of the world's oil passes through there. No ships? That's like telling a kid there's no candy after Halloween. A disaster of epic proportions.
What could have caused this shipping halt?
Oh, just the usual suspects. Tensions in the region, maybe a bad hair day for the local pirates, or perhaps the ships were just trying to avoid a nasty storm of social media backlash. It's like when you forget to charge your phone before a big date. Suddenly, you're stuck and can't call for backup. And here we are, hoping the ships will find their way back like lost puppies.
How should the world respond to this news?
Well, likely with a cocktail of panic and an emergency meeting, where everyone pretends to care, while secretly scrolling their phones for the latest memes. I mean, people are probably clutching their pearls and shouting, "What will we do without oil?" Like they've just discovered their favorite coffee shop has run out of oat milk. Spoiler alert, they'll probably just move to Plan B, buy an electric car.
Is this halt in shipping likely to affect oil prices?
Oh, absolutely. If oil prices were a soap opera, this scene would be the epic cliffhanger that has everyone on the edge of their seats. You can bet the oil barons are sweating more than a sinner in church right now, because every day of delay sends prices on a roller coaster ride. Next stop, price gouging town, population, everyone who drives a car.
What do you think this means for global trade in the long run?
Long run? Well, it's a bit like trying to predict who gets kicked off the island in a reality show. Full of twists and turns, and mostly no one comes out smelling like roses. If this becomes a frequent thing, we could very well see a shift in global trading routes, maybe even a big comeback for the old school ship it by horse trend. Move over, container ships?
Any advice for people who are worried about this situation?
Sure. I recommend investing in bicycles and becoming best friends with your local farmer. Learn to love the taste of kale. Because if this keeps up, we'll all be trading veggies and bartering for bread like it's the Great Depression all over again. Get your trading skills ready, folks. Who knew the apocalypse could start with a shipping delay?
So, it seems like Mali is in quite the mess with terrorist groups gaining control amidst all this political chaos. Can you break that down for us?
Ah, yes, Mali. The place where it seems the only thing more unstable than the government is the furniture in the local coffee shops. We've got terrorist groups rolling in like they own the place, while the military government is desperately trying to play whack-a-mole with them. You know, it's like trying to fix a leaky roof with a band-aid and a prayer. Bamako is feeling the pressure, with roads being blocked and trade grinding to a halt faster than my New Year's resolution to eat healthy. Meanwhile, the death toll is climbing like it's on a high school wrestling team, and it doesn't look like anyone's coming to the rescue anytime soon.
What does the situation look like for the average citizen in Mali right now, with all this turmoil?
Well, if you thought living in a reality TV show was chaotic, try being an average citizen in Mali. It's like living in a soap opera, where the plot twists are a little too real. You've got terrorist attacks, military takeovers, and a side of political drama that would make even the Kardashians blush. Imagine waking up every morning and checking if the local coffee shop is still open or if today's special is duck and cover. It's not exactly a walk in the park, unless that park is full of armed groups and your favorite coffee brand is currently being held hostage.
With the increased control by extremist groups, what does that mean for the future of Mali?
Oh, the future of Mali is about as bright as a black hole right now. When you've got terrorists tightening their grip like a kid on a candy jar, the prospects don't look too sweet. They're not just throwing a wrench in the works, they're throwing the entire toolbox. It's like watching someone try to build IKEA furniture with no instructions, only instead of a bookshelf, they're building a stronghold. And as for the government, well, they seem to be playing the world's longest game of hide and seek. And spoiler alert, they're not winning.
How do you think the international community should respond to the escalating violences in Mali?
Oh, the international community. You mean the group that shows up to a party and then leaves before the pizza arrives? Honestly, it's like they're waiting for a memo saying, okay, now it's time to care. They should be stepping in, not to mention sending in some cookies and a good Wi-Fi connection to the people there. Instead, they tend to shuffle papers around and issue statements that are about as effective as a chocolate teapot. If they do decide to lend a hand, I just hope they come prepared and don't show up with generic gift cards as their idea of humanitarian aid.
Given all this strife, do you think there's hope for peace in Mali anytime soon?
Hope for peace in Mali? That's like saying you expect a cat to learn to fetch. It would be delightful, but let's be real. It's not happening anytime soon. Peace is like that elusive sock that goes missing in the dryer. You keep searching, but it never seems to turn up. The violence has become a regular guest at this party, and it's refusing to leave. So unless we see some serious diplomatic magic happen, or someone finally decides to hit the reset button on this chaos, I wouldn't be saving a seat for peace just yet.
What's the role of local communities in trying to combat this chaos?
Local communities are like the underdogs in an action movie. You know, the ones that somehow manage to save the day despite being heavily outgunned and outnumbered. They're stepping up to the plate, trying to keep their neighborhood safe, while also juggling family, work, and the latest guess who's come to destroy your life headlines. They're creating networks and support systems, like they're launching a DIY project, hoping it sticks together long enough to make a difference. But let's face it, without adequate support, it's like bringing a squirt gun to a water balloon fight. Admirable, but ultimately a tad ineffective.
So, it turns out that the son of Israeli minister Bezalel Smotrich has just been released from the hospital after a dramatic incident in Lebanon. What's your take on this whole situation?
Ah yes, the melodrama unfolds like a soap opera on a budget. I mean, who doesn't love a good plot twist straight out of an action flick? It's like he was auditioning for a part in Fast and Furious, Middle East edition. Honestly, it's almost poetic that after enduring injuries that could rival a superhero origin story, he's back on the streets. One has to wonder if he's going to start a YouTube channel titled How to Recover with Style. I can see it now, complete with sponsored ads for bandages and a personal trainer who specializes in avoiding shrapnel.
What does this say about the current state of affairs in the region?
Well, if the region were a soap opera, the current plotline would definitely be rated PG-13 for violence and family drama. It's like watching a group of toddlers fighting over a toy, except the toy is a geopolitical strategy and the toddlers have access to military-grade rockets. It's a delicate situation, kind of like riding a unicycle on a tightrope made of spaghetti. One wrong move and everything goes up in flames. But hey, at least we've got hospital release parties now, which really adds a nice touch of festive absurdity to the whole situation.
How do you think the public will react to this news?
Oh, the public reaction will surely be a buffet of mixed emotions. Some will whip out their tiny violins, while others will be scrolling social media looking for memes about the return of the injured hero. It's like a reality show. You've got your supporters, your detractors, and those just tuning in for the drama. I mean, forget the Kardashians. This is the real showbiz. Expect hashtags to start trending like injured but not out or Lebanon drama kings. You know it's a hit when it turns into a meme fest.
Is there a silver lining to this incident?
Ah, a silver lining. Like finding a forgotten $20 bill in an old coat pocket. If you squint really hard, you might say this incident humanizes politicians, like a weird crossover episode of The Office and Game of Thrones. You know, where they're not just faceless figures in suits, but rather people with actual, relatable experiences, like hospital food. But in reality, it will probably just serve as a reminder of how fragile everything is. One moment you're haggling over policies, and the next, you're in a hospital bed, looking at ceiling tiles that really need a fresh coat of paint.
Given his father's position, do you think this affects political dynamics in Israel?
Oh, absolutely. It's like dropping a huge pebble into a pond of political intrigue. The ripples are going to be felt for ages. You've got a minister's son coming out with a story that could rival a Bond movie. It's the perfect narrative for gaining sympathy points in the political arena. Expect his father to ride that wave like he's surfing in Hawaii. Who wouldn't want a good old-fashioned "my son is a hero" angle? Just remember, politics is the world's oldest profession, and this is just the latest plot twist in the ongoing telenovela of Middle Eastern politics.
In light of this incident, what could we expect moving forward?
Oh, a whole host of potential outcomes, like a buffet that caters to every taste. Will there be calls for peace? Perhaps. Will there be more shouting in social media echo chambers? Definitely. It's going to be a roller coaster of emotions and strategies, like a game of chess played with live grenades. I wouldn't be surprised if someone proposes a reality TV series titled Ministers vs. Munitions. It'll be a hit. So, buckle up, folks. This ride is far from over, and it looks like it's going to be one heck of a bumpy adventure.
So, it seems Kata's cargo ship was attacked by a drone, but the crew is perfectly fine. What's the story behind that?
Ah yes, breaking news from the land of luxury and oil, Qatar. A cargo ship got buzzed by a drone like it was the latest hipster coffee shop in town. I mean, who needs a peaceful day at sea when you can have a surprise drone attack instead? But fear not, the crew emerged unscathed, possibly questioning their life choices while sipping on their non-fat lattice. Maybe they were just playing a game of will it fly? But somehow, they managed to keep the ship sailing along, like a bad movie that somehow keeps getting sequels.
What do you think the implications of this drone attack are for commercial shipping in that region?
Oh, just the usual. A little drone action here, a little fire there, completely normal Tuesday in the Gulf. I mean, who wouldn't want to risk their cargo of luxury chocolates or designer shoes to a rogue drone? As for implications, I'm sure every shipping company is now working on their drone defense strategy. Heck, they might even hire a magician to make those drones disappear. I'm just glad the crew is fine, because if they weren't, we'd have to start a GoFundMe for their therapy sessions to cope with all that excitement.
Have there been similar incidents in the past that could give us context for this attack?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a sequel in a movie franchise no one asked for. We've seen plenty of maritime drama before, pirates, hurricanes, but drones? That's a new twist. It's like mixing tequila with milk. Just doesn't belong together. Ships have had their fair share of misadventures, but now they've got these flying gadgets throwing a wrench into the works. Soon, we'll need to have drone watchdogs, or maybe get some cats on board. They always seem to handle unexpected situations better than humans.
What are the chances this could escalate into something larger, like a geopolitical issue?
Oh, now we're diving into the deep end of the pool, aren't we? Escalation is like that friend who insists on ordering one more round. The longer they stay, the more slip-ups happen. A drone attack could be a simple case of oops, wrong ship, or it could spiral into a full-blown international incident where everyone points fingers like it's the World Series. If that happens, we might need a new reality show. Survivor, Maritime Edition. Just imagine the alliances formed over a cup of seawater.
What should shipping companies do to prepare for potential drone attacks in the future?
Well, if I were running a shipping company, I'd start by investing in some serious anti-drone technology. Maybe a drone-flavored piñata, so when one flies by, you can just strike it down with a baseball bat and call it a day. But honestly, they might just want to beef up their security and train their crew, because nothing says, I'm ready for a drone attack, like a sailor with a good pair of binoculars and a can of air horn. Who knew maritime life could have so many layers, like an onion you didn't want to peel?
Any final thoughts on how this situation impacts public perception of safety in international waters?
Oh, public perception? That's like trying to herd cats. One drone attack, and suddenly it's as if everyone thinks the high seas are the Wild West. Forget about pirates. Now we have drones swooping down like seagulls after a bag of chips. But let's be real. The ocean has always had its dangers, but now people might just skip the cruise and opt for a nice staycation instead. It's a new level of travel anxiety that comes with a side of jet ski dodging. So buckle up, folks, it's going to be a bumpy ride.
So, Iran has issued quite a stern warning about any attacks on their vessels. What's your take on that, given the current international climate?
Ah, yes, a classic case of maritime diplomacy, where the Iranian spokesperson has decided to channel their inner pirate captain. It's like they're saying, if you poke the bear, don't be surprised when it decides to claw your face off. It's adorable, really. When nations go back and forth like children in a playground, each one showcasing their best threats, while we sit here eating popcorn, waiting for the showdown. And honestly, they say patience is a virtue, but I guess Iran just decided that they've run out of virtue, and it's now time for some good old-fashioned retaliation. Who knew that geopolitical relations could be as predictable as a soap opera plot twist?
What do you think prompted Iran to say their patience has run out?
Well, it's either a clever strategy to distract everyone from their own internal issues, or they finally finished their patience pie, and it was not quite as delicious as they had hoped. You know how it goes? When you keep your cool, everyone thinks you're just too chill, and before you know it, your patience meter is busted. Plus, they probably took a long look at the calendar and realized, hey, it's 2023, and we've been waiting since the dawn of civilization for the US to get it together. Nothing says, we've had enough, like a cryptic existential threat, right? It's like they're auditioning for the role of the angry parent in the world's most dramatic family.
Iran mentions that any aggression will lead to a devastating response. What do you think that actually looks like?
Oh, a devastating response? I can only imagine it's like a toddler throwing a tantrum after losing a game, except instead of toys being thrown, we have warships and missiles. I mean, what are they going to do? Unleash the Kraken? Or perhaps they'll just send a strongly worded email with a lot of exclamation points. Because nothing says, I mean business, like aggressive punctuation. In reality though, I doubt it'll be a fun day for anyone involved. They probably have all sorts of elaborate plans that involve strategic maneuvers and a lot of drama. But if we're basing it on past experiences, it might just end up being like a bad reality show reunion episode.
Why do you think they emphasized that time is not on the US's side?
Ah, the age-old tactic of scaring your rival by saying, tick-tock, tick-tock. It's like they're channeling their inner clockmaker, trying to craft a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, the US is probably just sipping coffee, thinking, we have all the time in the world to mess this up. I mean, if time was a pizza, Iran just took the last slice and is waving it in front of the US like, you snooze, you lose, buddy. It's classic psychological warfare. Nothing like a little time pressure to get the old diplomatic heart racing. But honestly, if they just keep talking about time, someone better remind them that in geopolitics, time is often as useful as a chocolate teapot.
What does this mean for US operators in the region, considering the tensions?
Oh, it means they're probably stocking up on sunscreen and popcorn, while simultaneously sending out a distress signal. I mean, US operators in the region are likely thinking, well, this is just like one giant game of Battleship, and we might be in a sinking ship soon. There's probably a lot of let's not poke the bear meetings going on, with PowerPoint presentations showing various ways to avoid confrontation, such as, Tip 1, always smile like you mean it, even in a hostile territory. I just hope they have solid diplomatic insurance, because tensions in that area can escalate faster than my blood pressure when I realize I've run out of coffee.
Do you think Iran's warning will change US military strategy?
Oh, absolutely. If by change, you mean they'll have a weekly Netflix binge session to contemplate their next moves. I can see the generals now, gathered around a giant whiteboard, scratching their heads while simultaneously Googling how to defuse a situation without actual diplomacy. I mean, they might throw in some strategy revisions, but at the end of the day, it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks, especially when that dog is more interested in chewing on its own leash. So, here's to more meetings, more plans, and hopefully fewer explosions. Because let's be real, nobody wants to be caught in a game of geopolitical dodgeball.
So, the Russian Defense Ministry claims there have been over 16,000 ceasefire violations by Ukrainian forces. What's your take on that?
Well, it sounds like someone's been keeping a very detailed diary, possibly with a little too much free time. I mean, 16,000 violations? At this rate, they should start a ceasefire violation of the month club. Honestly, I didn't know peacekeeping was such an active sport. What's next? A scoreboard. And in this corner, we have the Ukrainians with another violation. They're really racking up those points. It's like a chess game where one side keeps knocking over the pieces and shouting, "Check!" All the while the other side is trying to remember where they put their board.
How do you think this will affect the ongoing tensions between Russia and Ukraine?
Oh, it'll probably be about as helpful as a chocolate teapot. Tensions are like that one stubborn stain on your favorite shirt. No matter how much you scrub, it just won't go away. So, keep an eye out for the next round of "Oops, we did it again" headlines. At this point, I'm not sure if we should send both countries a peace treaty or a group therapy coupon. Imagine them sitting in a circle. "Hi, my name is Russia, and I have trust issues." And Ukraine responds, "Well, that's ironic, because I have a ceasefire violation addiction."
Do you think there's a chance for a real ceasefire anytime soon?
Oh, sure. Just like I think my cat will one day learn to use the toilet. I mean, theoretically possible, but practically, let's not hold our breath. They might achieve a ceasefire right after pigs start flying, or, after they finish that lovely game of pass the blame. It's like a family reunion where everyone's trying to ignore the elephant in the room, but instead, they just keep bringing it snacks and a comfortable chair.
What do you make of the Russian response to these supposed violations?
Yes, the classic. "We were just minding our own business until they didn't play by the rules" routine. It's like getting caught sneaking cookies from the jar and saying, "I was just standing here, and they dared to come into my kitchen." If only there was a no cookie stealing rule in effect. It's remarkable how quickly these responses happen. Like a kid who blames the dog for chewing on their homework, instead of confessing that they actually did it themselves.
In light of the accusations, how should we view the overall situation?
Well, viewing the situations is like watching a soap opera. Lots of drama, questionable motives, and the occasional explosion that makes you question your life choices. Every episode leaves us hanging and wondering what's going to happen next, while we sit here eating popcorn wondering why we even tuned in. At this point, I feel like telling both parties to just grab a cup of coffee, sit down, and hash it out like civilized adults at a coffee shop, minus the caffeine-fueled antics.
What's your prediction for how this plays out in the near future?
My predictions are usually as accurate as a weather forecast: 75% chance of chaos with a side of confusion. The odds of it getting better feel about as realistic as finding a unicorn in your backyard. They'll probably keep trading barbs like it's a competitive sport, and we'll continue hearing about each grave violation, as if they're the worst thing since sliced bread. Maybe we'll see a new hashtag trend on social media: "Ceasefire fail so everyone can commiserate together," while ignoring the actual problem. It's truly a show that keeps on giving.
So, let me get this straight. Ukrainian forces defied the ceasefire and launched a devastating attack, resulting in 735 soldiers dead in just 24 hours. What's going on here?
Ah, yes, the classic game of ceasefire charades. Nothing says, "Let's take a break" quite like launching 8 waves of drone attacks and managing to rack up more artillery fire than a metal concert on a Saturday night. It seems like the Ukrainians took this ceasefire as more of a polite suggestion rather than a rule. I mean, why sip tea with your neighbor when you can bring your own artillery and start a neighborhood block party? Right? And let's not forget the Russians, who seem to have booked their own ticket to the "we're retaliating" because you're not playing nice show. Quite the dramatic turn of events, I'd say.
What do you think this says about the effectiveness of ceasefires in conflict zones?
Oh, ceasefires, the adult version of timeout for kids? They sound good in theory, like a salad at a barbecue, but in practice, they rarely get anyone anywhere without some major drama. It's as if someone yelled, "No but touch the cookies," and the kids just looked at each other and thought, "Challenge accepted." It's a recipe for chaos, if you ask me, and clearly, this particular ceasefire came with an extra side of miscommunication. Maybe next time they should add some motivational speakers, or a couple of conflict resolution workshops before declaring peace. Because let's face it, nobody wants to share their toys when they're in the middle of a tantrum.
With 675 artillery strikes and over 6,000 drone attacks in such a short period, do you think this is a sign of desperation or determination from Ukraine?
Oh, it's definitely determination, sprinkled with a hint of desperation, like a chef oversalting their dish. When you find yourself in a pickle, sometimes you pull out all the stops, or in this case, all the drones from your hidden stash. It's like they challenged the Russians to a game of who can create the most noise, and then decide to take the trophy home. I mean, it's kind of like trying to win an argument by just talking louder, right? Sure, it makes a statement, but at what cost? In this case, it seems like the statement was, "We're not going out without a bang." Literally.
What do you think the international community's reaction will be to these events?
Oh, you know how it goes? Initial shock and horror, and then back to the regular programming of brunch plans and influencer drama. It's like watching a soap opera where everyone gasps at the cliffhanger, but then forgets about it when the next episode of Who Wore It Best comes on. The international community tends to treat these events like a sitcom. Lots of reactions, some jokes about how it's a tragic comedy, and then everyone goes back to binge watching their favorite shows. Let's just hope they do more than just tweet their outrage while sipping their lattes. Because let's face it, social media doesn't exactly do much to halt artillery fire, does it?
What's the takeaway here for leaders involved in such conflicts?
Oh, the takeaway? Perhaps it's time to invest in some group therapy. I mean, who wouldn't want to sit around in a circle and share their feelings instead of launching missiles? A good heart-to-heart might just do the trick. Or how about this? Next time, let's have a ceasefire party with piñatas instead of artillery shells. You know, give peace a chance and all that jazz. Honestly, if they spent as much time negotiating as they do planning their attacks, we might actually have a shot at some genuine peace talks. But alas, in the world of geopolitics, those are just wild daydreams, or maybe more like a long-lost episode of a very chaotic reality show.
So, I hear Syria just broke a 15-year financial isolation with Visa and MasterCard transactions. What does that even mean for them?
Well, it's like watching a teenager finally get a smartphone after being grounded for years. They're ecstatic. They can now order pizza without having to send a smoke signal to the delivery guy. But let's not pop the champagne just yet. I mean, it's still a work in progress. They just went from being the kid in the corner, with no lunch money, to someone who can finally buy a soda. Just don't ask how long it took them to figure out the PIN number.
What impact do you think this will have on Syria's economy, now that they're connected to the global financial system?
Oh, it's like finally getting a seat at the cool kids' table after years of eating lunch in the bathroom. Sure, it's great, but let's not forget that the cool kids might still give you wedgies once in a while. So, their economy might momentarily strut around like it just won the lottery. But don't expect it to buy a mansion just yet. Plus, they'll have to navigate through the minefield of global economics, where even a sneeze could send stocks tumbling.
Will lead to any changes in international relations for Syria.
Absolutely. It's like someone finally remembered that Syria exists and decided to throw it a bone. Now they can start sending friend requests on social media to countries they haven't spoken to in years. But let's be honest, just because they've got a shiny new credit card doesn't mean they're invited to everyone's barbecue. Countries still have trust issues, and some might just see Syria as that friend who borrowed money and never paid it back.
What challenges do you foresee for Syria as it integrates back into the global financial system?
Oh, just a few minor hurdles, like trying to jump over the Great Wall of China. There's the fact that they have to comply with all those pesky rules and regulations that everyone else has been following. Imagine showing up to a formal dinner in your pajamas. That's basically what Syria is doing. They'll need to put on their grown-up pants and start acting responsible, which is like asking a cat to take a bath. Good luck with that.
Do you think this financial breakthrough will have any immediate benefits for the average Syrian citizen?
Well, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. It's kind of like thinking that a new pair of shoes will make you run faster. It might look good, but it doesn't mean you're joining the Olympics anytime soon. Sure, they might get some new access to products and services, but if the prices are sky high, it's like being given a ticket to a concert that you can't afford to attend. So, it might just be a case of look but don't touch, which is kind of like staring at a chocolate cake while on a diet.
Is there anything we should be worried about regarding this new financial connection?
Oh, you bet. It's like finally getting Wi-Fi at home, but then finding out you're sharing it with the neighbor who lives 3 doors down. Sure, it's great to have the connection, but we're all just one click away from disaster. You never know what kind of shady transactions might occur when the doors are thrown open. It's like inviting a raccoon into your living room. It might seem cute at first, but you'll definitely regret it when they start going through your trash.
So, we've got a Ukrainian shotgun drone taking down a Russian FPV aircraft. Can you break down what happened?
Oh, absolutely. Imagine a showdown right out of a spaghetti western, but instead of cowboys, we have a drone armed with a shotgun that clearly skipped the handbook on air combat etiquette. It's like if your grandma gave you a shotgun to fend off neighborhood kids on your lawn. A little excessive, but hey, it gets the job done. The drone decided that subtlety was overrated and went for a full-on take that, comrade, approach. Clearly, it took the phrase, shoot first, ask questions later to heart, dashing through the skies like a high-tech, caffeinated hawk.
What do you think makes this incident particularly significant?
Well, aside from the fact that it's not every day you hear about drones engaging in a literal air duel, like something out of a sci-fi movie gone rogue, this incident represents a charming new chapter in modern warfare. It's reminiscent of when your local barista finally figured out how to make a decent cappuccino after years of botched foam. It's a big leap for Ukraine, showing that their tech-savvy warriors have taken a page out of the How to Win Friends and Influence Enemies book, with a shotgun twist. Plus, it's just delightful to see a drone that's not out there, just delivering your late-night snacks, but actually dodging bullets and blowing stuff up.
What does this say about the future of drone warfare?
Oh, it's a thrilling glimpse into the future, where drones are not just flying cameras and package deliverers, but also flying miniature death machines. It's like they're taking a page out of video game logic. If you can't beat them, arm your flying robots with shotguns and let them duke it out. Picture this. We'll soon have drones in every backyard, armed to the teeth, defending against squirrels and mailmen alike. Soon, Every kid will want their own armed drone for protection against imaginary foes. Imagine summer block parties, where everyone's showcasing their drones in a battle royale. Talk about turning a neighborhood watch into a neighborhood war.
How do you think Russia will respond to this?
Well, if there's one thing we know about Russia, it's that they usually respond to surprises like a cat in a bathtub. Lots of hissing and wildly flailing around. I can only imagine their military officials watching the footage, jaws dropped, like they just discovered their favorite vodka is out of stock. They might throw a tantrum, blame the weather, because if there's an excuse to be had, they'll take it, and possibly ramp up their own drone technology, maybe even with the elegance of a clumsy toddler trying to walk in high heels. I wouldn't be surprised if they start deploying drones with fishing rods, trying to catch the Ukrainian shotguns mid-air.
What are the implications for international relations, considering this high-tech combat?
International relations. The diplomatic version of trying to make three cats share a single sunbeam. This incident is like dropping a big old cherry bomb into a kiddie pool of geopolitical tensions. Countries are watching, noting how tech-savvy warfare is becoming, like it's the latest TikTok trend. You can almost hear world leaders saying, "Oh, great, now we need drones with an even better arsenal." It's like upgrading your phone every year. Everyone's just trying to keep up with the latest gadgets. But in this case, the stakes are a little higher than just losing access to Instagram.
What's next for drone technology after such incidents?
If we've learned anything, it's that drone technology is evolving faster than my attempts to stay on a diet. We are now on the verge of seeing drones that might as well be equipped with laser beams and maybe a side of nachos. Picture this: drones that are essentially Swiss Army knives, capable of shooting, spying, and maybe even serving you a cold brew on a hot summer day. The market is going to explode, and soon enough every military and its dog will want to equip drones with whatever crazy tech they can muster, turning battles into high-stakes tech showcases. At this rate, we'll soon have drones competing in the Olympics. Now entering the aerial gymnastics event, the newly upgraded shotgun drone.
So, in a shocking turn of events, a chemical attack on a Tokyo train has left 13 injured as authorities scramble to find the mysterious perpetrator. What's your take on this bizarre situation?
Well, I guess someone really wanted to make their morning commute extra special. I mean, who needs a cozy cup of coffee when you can have a whiff of chemical mystery wafting through the air? The only thing more baffling than this attack is why on earth anyone would choose a train over a leisurely stroll in the park. It's almost like they were auditioning for a role in an action movie, where instead of explosions, we get a cloud of confusion and a band of bewildered commuters.
It must be quite concerning that more than 20 ambulances were dispatched to the scene. What does that say about emergency response in Tokyo?
Oh, it says they don't mess around when it comes to emergency responses. They've got ambulances ready to go, like they're training for the next Olympic game, and believe me, they're going for gold. Imagine the scene: paramedics rushing in like it's Black Friday at a mall. You know it's serious business when sirens are the unofficial soundtrack to your morning. I mean, thank goodness they're quick, otherwise, we might have to add inhalation of mystery gas to the list of things you can catch on public transport.
What do you think the implications are for public safety, especially in such a bustling metropolitan area?
Public safety in a metropolitan area? It's like trying to keep your house clean when you have toddlers running amok. This incident is sure to raise the eyebrow of every commuter and make them reconsider their love affair with public transport. With people coughing and crying, It almost sounds like my last family reunion. You have to wonder if they'll start handing out gas masks along with their transit passes. I can see the slogan now. Riding the subway doesn't have to be a gas, but it might be.
Authorities are still on the hunt for the perpetrator. Any thoughts on how difficult that might be?
Oh, finding this perp is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, if the haystack was also on fire. They're probably combing through security footage, looking for that one guy with an unsettling amount of dedication to not being caught. It's like a game of Where's Waldo, but instead of cute stripes, we get a potentially dangerous criminal. I mean, it's a tough job, but someone has to do it. Maybe they'll even find the guy selling "I survived the chemical train ride" t-shirts as a bonus. That could really take off.
Do you think this incident will impact tourism in Tokyo, especially with international visitors?
Absolutely. Nothing says come visit Tokyo like a chemical scare on the subway. You bet folks are going to be reconsidering their travel plans. I can hear the travel agents now. Our special this month is a free gas mask with every ticket. It's just like the Tokyo Tourism Board to try to turn this into a positive, maybe a new campaign titled "Ride the Subway and Experience the Thrill of Possible Asphyxiation." That'll definitely attract the adrenaline junkies.
With all these events unfolding, what should the average commuter do to stay safe?
Well, the average commuter should probably adopt a better safe than sorry attitude. Maybe carry a small bottle of air freshener and a sense of humor. Seriously, they might want to develop a sixth sense for sniffing out danger. Think of it as the new superpower. Forget flying. We're talking about the ability to detect chemical mishaps. They could start a trend. I always travel with my trusty nose. I mean, what's a little paranoia when you're waiting for the next train, right?
So Taiwan's opposition leader is planning a trip to the US to discuss her recent meet with Xi Jinping. What's the buzz around that?
Ah, yes. Nothing screams diplomacy like hopping on a plane to chat with a known dragon slayer. Xi Jinping. I mean, who wouldn't want to drop everything and traverse oceans just to explain a conversation that most people would rather avoid, like discussing politics at a family reunion? It's like bringing your ex to dinner and hoping everyone gets along splendidly while everyone's secretly reaching for the mashed potatoes as a weapon.
What do you think the opposition leader hopes to achieve with this visit?
Well, if I had to guess, she's aiming for world peace, or at least peace between Taiwan and China. You know, the same way I aim for a bigger slice of pizza after I've already eaten 3 slices. Ambitious and slightly unrealistic. But hey, maybe she'll bring some charming anecdotes to the lawmakers over there like, "Did I tell you about my tea time with Xi? He's really into long walks on the Great Wall." That should get the room warmed up.
Do you think there will be any major outcomes from her meetings?
Major outcomes? I mean, let's not kid ourselves. At best, they'll agree on a mutual understanding that involves a lot of nodding, some awkward laughs, and a promise to stay in touch. The international equivalent of ghosting someone after a first date. But who knows? Maybe she'll unveil some secret sauce that'll make the world's leaders suddenly come together like a well-rehearsed boy band at a reunion tour.
How is this visit likely to impact Taiwan's relationship with China?
Ah, the age-old question. How do you improve a relationship with someone who's a little too clingy and thinks your land is also theirs? It's like trying to fix things with a roommate who insists on borrowing your favorite hoodie without asking. If this meeting goes smoothly, they might just agree to keep wearing their own hoodies and not fight over who pays the rent. Or, it could lead to a "you can have my hoodie when you pry it from my cold, dead hands" type of situation.
What about public opinion in Taiwan concerning her trip?
Public opinion in Taiwan? Ah, that's a fun roller coaster. You've got people who think it's a brilliant diplomatic masterstroke, and those who are flipping their tables like this is an ancient Roman feast. It's like trying to conduct an orchestra when half the musicians are playing Mozart, and the other half are jamming out to the latest K-pop sensation. Chaotic yet oddly entertaining. I imagine her Instagram's going to light up like a Christmas tree, with comments ranging from, "You go, girl," to "Have you lost your mind?"
In your opinion, how should she prepare for the discussions with U.S. lawmakers?
Well, first off, she might want to brush up on her charm offensive, because those lawmakers can be more skeptical than a cat watching a cucumber. A solid game plan involves a few jokes, maybe some appealing snacks, because let's face it, who can say no to a good taco? And please, for the love of all that's diplomatic, no PowerPoint presentations. We're here to converse, not to put everyone to sleep faster than a history lecture.
So, we just heard that a secret Israeli military base has been discovered in Iraq. What's your take on these shocking images that are making waves?
Well, it's like finding a unicorn hiding in your backyard, isn't it? I mean, who knew that amidst the arid deserts and picturesque sandy dunes, there was a high-tech Israeli playground? Images of tents, vehicles, and helicopters. It's almost like they were having a camping trip. I half expect to see a group of soldiers roasting marshmallows while discussing military strategies over a bonfire. It's a shocking revelation, sure, but it also raises a few eyebrows. Like, did they really think they could pitch a tent under the radar? Maybe they were just trying to win best base camp at the next military Olympics.
Do you think this discovery changes the landscape of military operations in the region?
Oh, absolutely. It's like discovering your neighbor's secret barbecue pit. Suddenly you're aware that there's a whole different level of grilling going on, just a fence away. This revelation might have other countries scrambling like kids caught with their hands in the cookie jar. I can just picture military strategists pulling their hair out and saying, "So that's why our satellite images have been looking like a game of Tetris." The whole dynamic shifts when you realize there's a secret party happening next door.
What kind of implications could this have on international relations?
Well, let's just say it's like someone spilled the beans at a family dinner. You can almost hear the awkward silence where everyone suddenly stops chewing and stares at each other, wondering who will say the first word. The implications? Oh, they're as tangled as a pair of old earbuds at the bottom of a bag. Countries might start pointing fingers, saying things like, "It's not what it looks like." It could trigger diplomatic reactions that are as predictable as a cat jumping out of a box. Things are about to get a lot more interesting in the "let's be friends" department.
In light of this, do you think the media will continue to cover this story extensively?
Oh, absolutely. The media is like a dog with a bone. Once they sink their teeth into something juicy, they're not letting go anytime soon. They'll probably turn this into a series of documentaries. Think American Ninja Warrior meets military espionage. Expect round-the-clock coverage, investigative reports, and interviews with random experts who probably have military strategy stamped on their business cards. You know they live for these types of stories. It's like the Super Bowl for journalists.
How do you think the public will react to this news?
Well, you know how it goes. One half will be shrugging it off like it's another episode of a reality show, while the other half will be preparing for their doomsday bunker adventures. The public loves a good scandal, and this is like finding out that your laid-back uncle is actually a secret agent. Social media will be ablaze with memes and conspiracy theories faster than you can say military incursion. Expect hashtags trending all over the place. Camping with courage, anyone?
Lastly, what do you think the Israeli response will be?
Oh. They're probably crafting a statement that's as diplomatic as a tightrope walker at a circus. It'll be filled with phrases about national security, the right to defend themselves, and of course, the classic, "This was an unavoidable, operational necessity." They might even throw in a line about how they were just testing out their new camping gear. Meanwhile, you can bet their PR team is working overnight to ensure it sounds as trustworthy as your grandma's secret cookie recipe, sweet on the outside, but with a lot of questionable ingredients.
So, let me summarize the current state of Iran's nuclear talks with the US. We have an MOU that's shaping up to be about as solid as quicksand, a denial from Iran faster than you can say, "Trust me," and some added market manipulation on the side. What's your take on this delightful circus?
Ah, yes. The diplomatic circus is alive and well, folks. Picture a tightrope walker balancing a giant inflatable globe filled with hot air and questionable intentions. The US is like that overzealous parent at a soccer game, yelling, "Go for the goal," while Iran is sitting on the sidelines, sipping chai and saying, "Let's talk about literally anything else." It's almost as if they're playing a high-stakes game of hot potato with nuclear negotiations. Toss it around until someone drops it, and we all get burned.
With the US demanding a 20-year moratorium on enrichment while Iran is only offering 5. Do you think they'll ever find common ground? Or are we just going to end up playing a never-ending game of tug-of-war?
Oh, common ground? That's like asking if cats and dogs can start a successful co-working space. The only thing they're likely to agree on is that the other one is a total pain. I mean, it's a classic negotiation strategy. One party asks for the moon, the other brings a paper airplane, and then they argue over who's got the better aerodynamics. At this rate, they might as well just call it Operation Expectation Management, because this is the diplomatic equivalent of asking your significant other what they want for dinner and getting "surprise me." Spoiler, it's probably going to be takeout.
Given the recent statements from Iranian officials reaffirming their stance on the nuclear program, do you think these talks are even worthwhile, or just a way to keep the diplomats busy?
Oh, absolutely. It's like giving a toddler a box of crayons and telling them not to color on the walls. They're going to be occupied, but the end result is usually a mess. Iran is basically saying, "We're only here to talk about ending the war, not that pesky nuclear program." It's kind of like going to a buffet and skipping the desserts because, obviously, your waistline is a priority, while in reality, it's all about that chocolate cake. So, in true diplomatic fashion, we get to watch this exquisite dance of denial and evasion, making sure to avert our eyes from the nuclear cake in the corner.
What's your opinion on Iran's response being delivered through Pakistan? Is that a clever strategy or just a way of passing the diplomatic buck?
Oh, it's as clever as using a middleman to avoid awkward family dinners. You know, like when you ask your cousin to tell your aunt that you're too busy to come over for Thanksgiving. By using Pakistan as a delivery boy, it's like sending your proposals via diplomatic Uber. Please deliver these negotiations, but only at a distance, and for goodness sake, don't let them see me. It's a classic strategic maneuver to deflect the heat while still engaging in some backdoor negotiations. Because what's a little geopolitical game of telephone among friends?
In light of the media claims of market manipulation surrounding these talks, do you think we'll see the oil prices bounce around like a teenager on a roller coaster?
Oh, absolutely. Oil prices will be doing the cha-cha while we sit back and watch, popcorn in hand. It's like a financial soap opera. One day, they're up because suddenly hope is in the air, and the next, they're down because someone sneezed in the White House. The market's going to react like a caffeinated squirrel, jumping at every little headline. And let's be real, those media outlets are just like that friend who keeps texting you about the latest gossip, always ready to throw fuel on the fire, even if it's just smoke and mirrors. Look over here, folks. They scream while the actual situation remains as clear as mud.
Finally, how do you think the phrase, Operation Trust Me Bro, is going to resonate with the public? Are we all just going to roll our eyes and move on?
Oh, Operation Trust Me Bro fits right into our collective skepticism like a poorly fitting glove. It's the diplomatic equivalent of a teenager promising to clean their room. Sure, it sounds good, but we all know what's coming next. A pile of laundry under the bed and an array of excuses. Public reaction? Probably a collective eye roll and some gallows humor about the state of international relations. It's almost refreshing to hear it put so candidly. It's like they're saying, hey, don't look at the man behind the curtain. But we're all looking, and we're all wondering who's going to pull the next rabbit out of this diplomatic hat. Spoiler alert, it's likely another empty gesture wrapped in the shiny packaging of trust that nobody believes.
So, it seems Iran has sent its response to the U.S. peace proposal through Pakistan, after some intense negotiations. What are your thoughts on this dramatic development?
Oh, just your typical Middle Eastern soap opera. I mean, who doesn't enjoy a little geopolitical drama, sprinkled with side helpings of passive-aggressive diplomacy? It's like watching a car chase, where the cars are actually camels, and the destination is somewhere near rational discourse. Seriously though, it's almost comical how we've turned negotiations into a game of hot potato, except this potato is nuclear and has been marinating in resentment for decades. One minute it's let's end this war, and the next minute it's, did you say something? I wasn't listening. Nothing says peace like sending messages through a third party while the whole world is on the edge of their sofa cushions.
This new stage of negotiation is focused on ending the war in the region. What should we make of that?
Well, it's like trying to quit a bad habit, isn't it? One minute you're all jazzed up about starting fresh, and the next you're face deep in a bag of chips. You just can't help yourself. Ending a war is like getting rid of an old couch that's been sitting in the living room for years. Sure, you want to kick it out, but it's comfortable. And let's be honest, you've got a lot of snacks hidden in those cushions. The region's issues are like a stubborn stain on a shirt. You can scrub and wash, but it always seems to linger around, mocking your efforts. So yeah, let's hold our breaths and trust that this time they won't just buy a new couch instead of really dealing with the mess.
Iran's response came after extensive internal reviews. What do you think that means for their strategy?
Yes, extensive internal reviews. The bureaucratic equivalent of checking your email for new messages to avoid doing actual work. It's almost like they gathered all the decision makers in one room and played a riveting game of let's see who can stall longest. I can just picture them sitting around a conference table, debating the finer points of war like they're discussing the latest episode of their favorite series, with someone inevitably suggesting they just binge watch instead. Of course, we know how much they enjoy dragging out these negotiations, while making us all wonder if they even have a plan beyond hitting the snooze button a few more times.
The U.S. is waiting for a response from Tehran. How do you see that dynamic playing out?
Oh, this is the ultimate waiting game. It's like when you text someone about plans for dinner, and they leave you hanging for hours. You're staring at your phone, contemplating if your friendship hangs in the balance, Or if they simply fell into a Netflix coma, the US is probably pacing back and forth like a dog waiting for its owner to come home, while Tehran is likely taking their sweet time, perfecting their reply like someone crafting the perfect tweet. Spoiler alert. This might take longer than it takes to find a parking spot at a concert. Who knows? By the time they respond, we might all be discussing a whole new crisis.
In light of these developments, how do you see the future of US-Iran relations?
Well, that's a real head-scratcher. It's like trying to predict the weather in a region where the forecast is always hot and unpredictable, with a slight chance of chaos. You know those relationships where you just can't figure out if you're on a break or in a heated argument? That's US-Iran for you. One day they're all let's hug it out, and the next, they're plotting how to outmaneuver each other in the playground of international relations. It's like watching a couple in a sitcom that just can't decide if they are going to be together, or if they'll end up getting a restraining order. Spoiler alert. No one's getting a restraining order, but we might witness a couple more seasons of awkwardness.
Given all this, do you think the talks will actually result in any significant change?
Oh, absolutely. I can already hear the crickets chirping. Seriously, if I had $1 for every time we thought negotiations would lead to something monumental, I could probably fund a one-way ticket to Mars to escape all this nonsense. It's like thinking Jaime Lannister would actually keep his word. It just doesn't add up. We might get some fancy headlines and a few diplomatic handshakes, but when the dust settles, it's likely to be just another day in the land of broken promises and half-baked solutions. So, let's pop some popcorn, sit back and enjoy the show, because at the end of the day, if history has taught us anything, it's that these talks are about as reliable as a politician's promise before an election.
So, tell us about this shocking move by Syrian President Ahmad al-Sharaa, who has removed his powerful brothers from their positions amidst nepotism allegations.
Well, it looks like Ahmad al-Sharaa decided that the family business needed a little more separation than a family dinner table. You know, like when you don't want your relatives talking politics over the turkey. It's not every day you see a leader serve up a slice of humble pie to his own brothers, especially when they were more powerful than a toddler in a candy store. It seems he realized that having your bros in high places could be a little too keeping up with the Assads for the public. So, he gave them the boot faster than you can say nepotism, as if trying to win the gold medal in Best Distraction at the reality show Olympics.
What do you think prompted Ahmad to make such a bold move against his brothers?
Ah, the age-old question of, what were you thinking, Ahmad? Perhaps he woke up one day, looked around, and thought, hey, I want the nation to think I'm not just running a family that doubles as a political dynasty. I mean, nothing screams trustworthy leader, quite like canning your own siblings. It's like a family barbecue, where you suddenly realize the ribs were made with too much nepotism sauce. Maybe he had a moment of clarity, like when you realize you've been wearing white after Labor Day. It's a scandal that simply must be rectified. Or maybe the brothers' political influence was starting to feel like a sitcom that overstayed its welcome, just waiting for the cancellation call.
What do you think the implications of this decision might be for Syria's political landscape?
Let me tell you, it's like tossing a grenade into a kiddie pool. Splashing around is guaranteed, but who knows what's going to float to the top. Ahmad's decision might just be the equivalent of cleaning out the attic. You find some old junk that might actually be valuable, while also tossing out a lot of questionable items. By kicking his brothers out, he's potentially cleaning up his political image, but also creating a power vacuum that a hungry mountain goat could exploit. I mean, Taking away power from your siblings is bold, but we're still waiting to see if the rest of the political family will start pulling out the knives or the cake. Is it a new beginning or a Family Feud sequel? Stay tuned.
How do you think the public is reacting to these changes?
Well, if the public reaction is anything like my family during Thanksgiving, it's probably a mixed bag of eye rolls and some serious gossip. On one hand, they might feel like they're finally getting a breath of fresh air, like finally stepping outside after a week of being stuck in an elevator. But on the other hand, this is Syria. People are probably wondering if Ahmad just replaced the cast without telling anyone, leaving everyone a bit confused. It's a bit like changing your Wi-Fi password without notifying all your devices. Some will connect, while others will just sit there, grumbling in the dark. The people are likely to be cautiously optimistic, or just skeptical enough that they'll wait to see if this new regime change is a better sitcom, or still just a rerun.
What does this mean for future leadership in Syria?
The future leadership of Syria, or as I like to call it, the guessing game of who's next. This move by Ahmad could either be a groundbreaking step towards reform or the first episode of The Real Housewives of Damascus. It raises the stakes higher than a cat on a hot tin roof. If he successfully navigates these political waters without sinking like a stone in a swimming pool, it could signal to his potential successors that, hey, maybe family isn't everything, unless you're planning a family reunion. But let's not kid ourselves. The shadow of the Assad family is longer than a line at a DMV on a Monday morning. So, while we wait for the dust to settle, we can only assume the next leader may either be someone with a knack for diplomacy or a distant cousin who just graduated with a degree in avoiding family drama.
How likely is it that this decision will create lasting change in the government?
Lasting change in government? That's like expecting a caterpillar to just turn into a unicorn overnight, folks. This move feels more like a shake of the HA sketch than an actual seismic shift. Sure, Ahmad might have made a bold statement, but whether he can keep it up is a whole different ballgame, like trying to maintain a diet after seeing dessert. It's one thing to clean house, but maintaining a tidy home is another matter entirely. Like any good reality TV star, he'll need to show some serious grit if he wants to survive the drama of the political arena. So yes, there's hope for lasting change, but let's not grab our popcorn just yet. We might be in for a long season of plot twists and cliffhangers.
So the EU is trying to ban VPNs over age verification concerns. What's the deal with that?
Yes, banning VPNs, because nothing screams we care about your privacy, like making it harder for you to surf the web like a phantom. I mean, why not just install a digital age police officer in everyone's homes? Excuse me, young man, is that an alcohol beverage on your screen? Your VPN isn't fooling anyone. It's like trying to put a bouncer at the door of every teenager's bedroom to check their browsing habits. Honestly, if they spent half as much energy trying to keep the actual bad stuff off the internet, we might have fewer issues to tackle.
What do you think this will mean for everyday users who rely on VPNs?
Well, for everyday users, it's like getting your favorite ice cream flavor banned because someone complained about the brain freeze. Congratulations, EU. You've officially made online privacy feel like a VIP lounge, exclusive and only for those who can pass the age test. You know, the kind of test that sends chills down your spine, reminiscent of trying to get into a nightclub on a Saturday night with a fake ID. Spoiler alert. Most of us just wanted a peaceful night of Netflix and snacks, not a lecture on our digital behavior.
How do you think this age verification app will actually work?
Oh, like magic. The app will probably ask you to select your age from a menu, and if you're underage, It'll politely remind you that you'll need an adult to vouch for you, like we're all in some twisted game of who wants to be an adult. I can already hear it. Congratulations. You are under 18. Please go sit in the corner while the adults talk about taxes. It's such a foolproof method that I half expect them to introduce an online quiz involving a panel of experts to approve your age, or perhaps a personality test. Because nothing says secure like a 57-question survey about your favorite superhero to prove you're old enough to watch a movie.
What are the potential privacy implications here?
Oh, just the small matter of handing over your digital fingerprint, like it's a VIP pass to a Justin Bieber concert. Privacy concerns? Pfft. Who needs that when you can have government-sanctioned snooping on your online activities? It's like saying, we're just trying to protect you, while they rummage through your browsing history like a raccoon in a trash can. Oops, why do you have that cat video collection? You must be 18 plus in spirit. Yes, because that's how we define maturity now, by the number of cat videos saved.
Do you think people will find ways to bypass these measures?
Oh, absolutely. If there's one thing humanity is known for, it's our relentless spirit of innovation, especially when it comes to subverting rules. It's like trying to keep kids from sneaking out at night. They'll find a way, whether it's a window, a clever disguise, or a highly engineered catapult. And there's already a group of tech-savvy teens out there, giggling at their keyboards, planning their escape routes using new VPNs like they're making a heist film. Good luck, EU. You're going to need it against the teenage hacker brigade.
What do you think will be the public reaction to this?
Oh, it'll be like throwing a bucket of cold water on a group of college students who thought they were at a pool party. Immediate shock, followed by a lot of, what were they thinking? Tweets! Public outcry will be louder than a rock concert, with hashtags flying like confetti. Expect people to rally together, armed with VPNs and a healthy dose of sarcasm, ready to debate over coffee about how their right to privacy is being infringed. It's like watching a drama unfold on social media, with the EU versus the people as the headline act. Grab your popcorn, folks. This show is going to get interesting.
So, we've heard that Somalia's security forces have decided to use live ammunition to handle protests against evictions in Mogadishu. What's your take on that?
Oh, because nothing says peaceful resolution quite like live ammunition. I mean, forget about talking it out or having a nice cup of tea. Let's just shoot the messenger, literally. I guess they've mistaken the art of negotiation for a scene from an action movie. Imagine the planning meetings. Okay, folks, we've tried reasoning, now let's bring out the big guns. Literally. It's like a neighborhood watch program gone wildly off the rails.
It's been reported that these protests have been ongoing for 3 days. What do you think that says about the situation?
Well, if 3 days of protests don't scream we're displeased, I don't know what does. It's like watching that one friend who just won't give up on arguing about where to eat. Except in this case, it's about housing, and people aren't just fighting over tacos. I mean, 3 days is like a Broadway show's opening weekend. They must really have something to say. But I guess when your government responds with bullets instead of dialogue, it's a pretty good signal that they're more interested in suppressing dissent than actually hearing grievances.
What do you make of the government's choice to resort to such drastic measures?
Oh, it's a classic case of, when in doubt, bring out the heavy artillery. I mean, why try diplomacy when you can just evoke the spirit of a bad 80s action flick? The government must be thinking, hey, if we can't convince them with words, let's just convince them with fear. It's the kind of logic that makes you wonder if someone misread the manual on handling civil unrest and thought it was a script for a war movie. They probably got a little too excited about their budget for security.
Do you think this kind of response is common in situations like these?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a universal playbook for dealing with unhappy citizens. Step 1, ignore their concerns. Step 2, use heavy machinery. Step 3, rinse and repeat. Honestly, it feels like some governments are allergic to listening. They see a protest and think, must be time for our annual live ammo usage contest. Maybe next year they'll skip the bullets and just use confetti. At least we can agree that's less lethal.
What are the potential consequences of using live ammo on civilians?
Well, let's just say that it's a surefire way to escalate tensions. Nothing brings a crowd together like the shared experience of dodging bullets. It's like they're hosting a game of dodgeball, but instead of soft foam balls, people are just trying to avoid becoming a human target. And let's not forget the PR disaster that comes with it. Come visit Mogadishu, where bullets are plentiful and peace is rare. It's an advertisement waiting to happen, in the most unfortunate way possible.
Is there any chance this could lead to positive change in the long term?
Oh sure, if by positive change, you mean a strong dose of alienation and distrust. This kind of response is like throwing a bucket of cold water on a campfire. You might put it out, but you're definitely not going to warm anyone's hearts. If history has taught us anything, it's that heavy-handed tactics tend to backfire. It's like trying to win a popularity contest by throwing pies at people. Eventually, you just end up with a lot of angry, pie-covered citizens ready to turn the tables. So yeah, good luck with that.
So, what happened in Mogadishu? It sounds pretty serious with civilians being killed during protests.
Oh, just another day in the beautiful world of public dissent, where you can choose between a peaceful assembly or a live-action version of Duck Hunt, only, with real consequences. The security forces decided that rubber bullets were so last season and opted for the high-end designer choice, live ammunition. I guess they really wanted to give the protesters a run for their money, or in this case, their lives.
What do you think led to such extreme measures by the security forces?
Well, it seems they mistook the protesters for an aggressive species of pigeons that needed dispersing. They probably thought, why use a gentle nudge when we can use a sledgehammer? Just typical Thursday behavior for those in charge, always ready to escalate instead of communicate. It's like using a chainsaw to trim a bonsai tree. Sure, it gets the job done, but next thing you know, you've leveled a whole botanical garden.
Is there any historical context that might explain what's happening in Somalia right now?
Ah, the rich, flavorful history of Somalia. Much like a buffet, you might get something good, but most of it will probably leave you with a bad stomachache. With decades of civil conflict and governmental indecision, you'd think they'd learn to dust off the old playbook, but no. Instead, it's like watching a soap opera, where the plot never changes and everyone is just as dramatic. It's truly a spectacle you can't look away from, except now it's taking a deadly turn. Who knew reality could be this grim, right?
How do you think the international community is responding to this situation?
Well, if history has taught us anything, it's that the international community tends to respond like a cat watching a laser dot. Lots of interest, but no real action. They'll probably hold a meeting or two, sip some overpriced coffee, and send a strongly worded letter. Because nothing says we care like a letter. I half expect them to start a hashtag campaign, Stop the Bullets, because clearly that's the magic wand we need to solve complex issues. Spoiler alert, it's not.
What are your thoughts on the impact of social media during such crises?
Social media. The modern-day soapbox where everyone has an opinion and no one has a clue. It's like a digital town square, but instead of polite discourse, you have keyboard warriors battling it out with GIFs and memes. During crises like this, social media becomes a double-edged sword. On one hand, it raises awareness faster than a toddler can throw a tantrum, but on the other, misinformation spreads like wildfire. It's like giving a toddler a firecracker. You just know something's going to blow up, and it's usually not pretty.
What solutions might help prevent such tragedies in the future?
Well, if only there was a magic pill for that. Maybe we could start with a bit of good old-fashioned dialogue. Yes, I said dialogue, like in those how to have a conversation workshops. You know, it's radical, but perhaps letting people express their grievances without a barrage of bullets might work. I mean, who would have thought? But then again, convincing those in power to listen is like trying to teach a cat to fetch. It's delightful in theory, but good luck with that.
So, I heard that Turkish F-16 fighter jets have been spotted in Somalia as the government prepares for opposition protests. What's the deal with that?
Well, it's not every day you see F-16s doing a guest appearance in Somalia. It's like finding out your conservative grandma has signed up for a pole dancing class. Clearly, the Somali government has decided that a little air support is the new normal in dealing with protests. I mean, why hand out pamphlets or give speeches when you can just fly around looking intimidating? Some people go to the gym to flex their muscles, while others call in fighter jets. But hey, who said you can't mix a little Air Force with some good old-fashioned opposition squashing? Sounds like a recipe for success. Or disaster, depending on who you ask.
What does this move say about the current political climate in Somalia?
Oh, just your typical Tuesday in Somalia. Nothing screams we're in control, like a military show of force. It's like bringing a bazooka to a butter knife fight. The government seems to be sending a bold message. We're serious about silencing dissent, folks. Who needs dialogue when you can just drop a few fighter jets over the capital? It's a classic case of, if you can't look tough, fly tough. Makes you wonder if they were considering sending in a marching band instead. Or perhaps a very intimidating ballet troupe. They may just be trying to remind the opposition that they're not just armed with the usual social media strategies.
What do you think the opposition is planning to do about this show of strength?
Well, I can only assume they're drafting a heartfelt letter to the government, expressing their feelings about the whole air show. But in reality, they're probably organizing a flash mob, because nothing diffuses military intimidation quite like a spontaneous dance-off. The opposition is likely weighing their options, throwing protest signs or throwing shade. It's gotta be tough when your biggest obstacle isn't just the government, but also their shiny new toys in the sky. Their strategy might involve some serious guerrilla tactics, or maybe they'll go high-tech and just film a TikTok about it. Who knew politics could be such a quirky blend of serious business and slapstick comedy?
Is this the first time we've seen foreign military aircraft involved in Somalia?
Oh, absolutely not. Somalia has had more military visitors than a tourist trap in July. It's like the military version of a timeshare. Everyone wants a piece of the action, but no one knows who really owns it. You have countries popping by with their jets, like they're on a scavenger hunt for chaos. It's like an international game of dodgeball where everyone has a full arsenal. So while the F-16s are making headlines, I can imagine other countries are sitting back, thinking, hey, let's get our jets in there too before they run out of runway space. Because why not turn a political crisis into a global military showcase?
What are the possible repercussions of this situation for the Somali people?
Ah, the Somali people. They're in a real pickle here. On one hand, they might enjoy the thrill of aerial acrobatics overhead, but on the other, it's no fun when that excitement comes with potential fallout. It's like being at a barbecue, where the grill catches fire, everyone's excited, until you realize that chicken isn't the only thing that's going to get burned. The dire consequences could range from increased tensions in their neighborhoods to a little thing called living in a war zone. If you thought traffic from protests was a pain, just wait until you add jets buzzing around. Talk about ruining your afternoon coffee break.
What should the international community do about this situation?
Oh, just the usual. They could send a strongly worded letter, maybe throw in a sternly crafted tweet, and call it a day, because that's what diplomacy is all about, right? Or perhaps they could send in a peacekeeping mission, armed with nothing but goodwill and a strong sense of irony. They might even need to convene an emergency meeting to discuss the jet situation over virtual coffee. It's just one giant game of political chess, where everyone's trying not to knock over the pieces except Somalia, which looks like it's playing checkers with fighter jets. The international response should ideally be more than just shaking their heads and saying, "What a mess." But knowing the way things go, it might just be a round of polite applause for the Somali government's innovative crowd control.
So, in a bizarre turn of events, we hear a drunken spectator stormed a World War II reenactment and tried to fire a weapon at actors. What was he thinking?
Well, nothing says patriotism like taking a swig of vodka and thinking you're Rambo at a historical reenactment. I mean, who wouldn't want to add a little real-life drama to a bunch of guys in costumes pretending to shoot each other? It's like turning a Shakespeare play into a boxing match, completely unnecessary. And yet somehow, it could go viral on TikTok. Clearly, he mistook the reenactment for a live-action video game. Too bad he couldn't become a character in the Drunken Fool expansion pack.
What do you think prompted this guy to jump into the middle of a reenactment?
The age-old question. What would compel a perfectly sane person to leap into a battlefield filled with actors and fake gunfire? I mean, maybe he thought it was a one-man show, and that he could win an Oscar for Best Supporting Drunk. Or perhaps he was just trying to express his discontent with the historical accuracy of the performance. I can just hear him yelling, "That's not how my Uncle Bob described it," as if history was a choose-your-own-adventure book.
Do you think drinking at such events should be re-evaluated?
Re-evaluate? More like throw the whole thing in a blender and hit puree. I mean, we can't just let the booze flow freely like it's a frat party at the Normandy beach landing. Maybe we should introduce a no-drink zone. Kinda like a no-fly zone, but with more awkward moments when someone spills their beer while trying to applaud a fake explosion. But hey, nothing says get into character quite like a few shots of liquid courage, right?
What could have been the possible consequences if things had escalated?
Oh, the consequences could have unfolded like a poorly scripted action movie. Imagine a stampede of actors in soldier costumes, ducking for cover while calling for their agents. "I didn't sign up for this," they would yell. Meanwhile, our drunken hero is caught in the crossfire, thinking he's on the set of Saving Private Ryan 2, The Reckoning of the Reckless. Thankfully, it sounds like everyone survived to tell the tale. Unless, of course, he ends up in the sequel, in which case, let the lawsuit parade begin.
What do you think the reenactors felt about the whole incident?
Oh, I'm sure they were thrilled. Nothing like a drunk guy crashing their meticulously planned historical display to add a dash of chaos to the choreography. They probably thought it was a new form of audience participation. Hey, come for the fake bullets, stay for the real-life drama. I can just imagine them rehearsing their lines for the next performance, And here comes audience member who forgot to take his meds before the show.
How do you think this will impact future reenactments?
Oh, it's bound to have an impact. Next thing you know, we'll have to implement a drunken spectating policy. Maybe they'll create a designated drinking corner far from the action, like a safety zone, but with nachos and beer. Or, we'll see the reenactors donning helmets and pads instead of their usual gear, just in case they need to dive for cover from an errant bottle. The reenactments could end up looking more like a circus sideshow than a historical event, complete with popcorn stands.
So, the KC-135 Stratotanker is still hanging out in Israel? What's the big deal about that anyway?
Oh, just your average Tuesday for a military aircraft that does jazz hands with fuel as its main act. The KC-135 Stratotanker strutting its stuff in Israel is like a celebrity crashing a party. It brings a special kind of buzz and a few raised eyebrows. It's not just an aircraft, it's a reminder that Uncle Sam is still very much invested in regional tensions. I mean, who knew fuel trucks could be the social glue in international relations?
What does it mean for the regional dynamics with this plane around?
Well, having the KC-135 around is like inviting a lion to a petting zoo. Everyone gets a bit nervous. It signals that the US isn't just a passive bystander, but more like that friend who loiters around the bar with a drink in hand, ready to intervene if things get a little too heated. The regional dynamics? Let's just say it's like trying to negotiate peace in a crowded elevator. Everybody's stepping on toes, and nobody's really sure how long it's going to take before someone presses the panic button.
Is there a chance this could escalate tensions even further?
Oh, absolutely. It's like throwing a lit match into a fireworks factory. The tension could escalate faster than your uncle at Thanksgiving after a couple of glasses of wine. With the KC-135 there, you can almost hear the collective gulp from neighboring countries. It's akin to having a friend who always brings a great gift, but is also very likely to start a food fight. It's entertaining until it's not, and then you're left ducking under tables.
Can we expect any significant military actions because of this?
Oh, definitely. It's like waiting for a soap opera plot twist. You never know when that dramatic entrance will happen. The presence of the Stratotanker is like an unannounced guest at a dinner party. You're half expecting them to spill the beans or start an argument over the last piece of pie. But realistically, actions could range from nothing happening at all to surprise military exercises that have everyone glancing at their calendars and wondering, is it that time again?
How are other nations reacting to this US presence?
Well, picture a bunch of cats watching a dog parade. Some are curious, some are annoyed, and others are plotting their next move. Other nations are probably taking notes or sneaking in some side-eye glances. It's always a mix of, oh great, more drama, and what's the US planning this time? The reaction could also be as unpredictable as trying to figure out who in your friend group is going to cry during a movie. It could go in any direction.
So, what's the takeaway from the KC-135's presence in Israel?
Ah, the classic punchline. It's really a reminder that sometimes, the most mundane things can stir up the juiciest gossip. The KC-135 might just be a fuel tanker, but in the circus of international relations, it's the clown that keeps juggling while everyone else is trying to figure out the punchline. So, keep your popcorn ready. This show is far from over.
So, it seems Putin is saying Finland's NATO membership is just a sneaky cover to grab Karelia back. What do you make of that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, why not throw around accusations like confetti at a parade? It's not just any party, it's a grand celebration of paranoia. Finland joining NATO isn't like a toddler taking toys from a shelf. It's more like a chess game where someone just flipped the board and yelled, "Checkmate." Honestly, it's like Putin woke up one day and thought, you know what, I need a new hobby. How about accusing my neighbors of plotting against me? Because, clearly, that's what friends are for, right?
Do you think Finland actually plans to cut off a piece of Russia? Or is this more of a whimsical claim from Putin?
Oh, of course, they probably have a secret map in Helsinki's town hall, with dotted lines and everything, leading straight to Karelia. I can just imagine them with a giant pair of scissors, snipping away at Russia's territory like they're wrapping a birthday present. In reality, it's more like saying, hey, I'm joining the club to borrow your lawnmower, not to annex your backyard. But hey, projecting insecurities onto your neighbors is a classic Putin move. It's almost like he's got a How to Be a Distrustful Leader handbook.
Why do you think the leadership in Finland feels it's necessary to join NATO now?
Well, you know how some people get anxious and start wearing 2 life jackets on a calm lake? That's Finland right now. They've seen Russia's antics. Like the kid on the playground who keeps picking fights because he's hungry and cranky. Finland's just trying to ensure they've got backup when the scuffles start. Joining NATO is like putting on a giant inflatable suit that says, I'm not a threat, but I'm definitely not gonna let you eat my lunch without a fight. It's about safety. And let's face it, no one wants to be the last one picked in dodgeball when the whole world's playing.
How does this whole situation impact Russia's relations with other countries?
Oh, it's like watching a soap opera unfold. Russia is sulking in the corner like a child who didn't get invited to the birthday party, throwing jealousy fits left and right. Other countries are taking notes, like, if Finland can join NATO without bursting into flames, maybe we can too. It's a classic case of, I'm not mad, just disappointed, as if Russia's sitting at home with the lights off, binge-watching its own grievances. Who knew international relations resembled a high school cafeteria drama so closely?
Is there a chance that Putin is overreacting to Finland's NATO ambition?
Overreacting? Oh, please. If there's an Olympic event for overreactions, Putin would be the Michael Phelps of throwing tantrums. This is a guy who probably sees a squirrel in his yard and thinks it's a NATO spy. His whole perspective on Finland is like someone being afraid to share their toys because they think the other kid's going to build a rocket and leave. So yes, Putin's about as subtle as a freight train in a library. He's going to make a big noise no matter what, whether it's justified or just a cry for help.
What do you think the future holds for Finland and Russia with all this tension?
Well, it's like trying to predict the weather in a snowstorm. One minute it's sunny, and the next minute, you're buried in snow and wondering why you didn't just stay in bed. Finland might just sit back and enjoy the show, while Russia continues fumbling through its latest drama. It's hard to say if we're heading toward a cozy chat over coffee or a dramatic standoff. But hey, let's grab some popcorn. This newsfeed is only going to get more interesting.
So, it looks like we've got a deadly hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship in the Canary Islands. Care to elaborate on what exactly that means for the passengers?
Ah yes, the majestic MV Hondius, where the only thing worse than your average cruise buffet is the hantavirus surprise. With 150 unsuspecting passengers enjoying the sun, it turns out Mother Nature decided to add a little infestation to their itinerary. It's like the cruise industry's version of Survivor, except instead of immunity idols, you get a ticket to the infirmary, and 3 fatalities later, it seems that not even the ocean breeze can swab away the heavy stench of bad luck.
What are the implications of a cruise ship being quarantined like this?
Well, quarantining a cruise ship is like grounding a teenager. It's not pretty, and there are definitely consequences. Imagine 150 people stuck on a floating luxury hotel, only to discover that instead of cocktails by the pool, they're getting a crash course in virology. It's really a win-win if you love the smell of disinfectant and are deeply passionate about not leaving your cabin. Meanwhile, the Spanish authorities are playing the ultimate game of keep away with the other boats. They must feel like the cool kids at school, suddenly being forced to wear a "Do Not Approach" sign.
Speaking of the Spanish authorities, how are they handling the situation?
Oh, throw a little bit of red tape over it, wave some flags, and call it a day. They're rolling out a massive international operation to rescue these passengers, which sounds suspiciously like a government-funded reality show. Will they make it to shore safely, or will they be voted off the island? They've imposed strict maritime quarantine measures, which means all boats are playing stay away, like they're at a very awkward party. Keep your distance. No, really, we mean it. It's almost poetic, really.
What about the passengers who disembarked before the quarantine?
Oh, the lucky 23 who escaped the clutches of the cruise ship horror show, only to find themselves in a real-life game of "Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?" Their passport stamps must be looking like a bingo card from all the places they rushed to after leaving the floating plague castle. I bet they're each carrying a personal hazmat suit in their luggage now, just in case their next vacation turns into a viral outbreak. Who knew traveling could be a health hazard? It's almost as if they were auditioning for a role in a pandemic-themed movie.
What kind of reaction do you expect from the public regarding this outbreak?
Well, the public reaction is sure to be a mixed bag of panic and memes. On one hand, you've got the germaphobes clutching their hand sanitizer, like it's a gold medal, and the rest of us just side-eyeing that buffet at the next all-you-can-eat joint. I mean, can you imagine the Facebook posts? Cruise to the Canary Islands. Big mistake, not for the faint-hearted. This kind of news might have everyone dramatically canceling their plans, while simultaneously Googling survival tips, like they're prepping for the apocalypse. Trust me, it's going to be a wild ride on the fear train.
Any closing thoughts on this situation?
Ah, yes, the closing thoughts, where we try to find a silver lining in a storm cloud. Amidst the chaos of it all, maybe this is just a reminder that even luxury vacations come with hidden pitfalls, like a dangerous game of who's next on a floating paradise. But let's be real, if nothing else, it's fodder for some great storytelling at the next office party or a riveting episode of Cruise Gone Wrong. Remember, folks, next time you book that cruise, maybe skip the one with the mystery illness in the fine print, or at the very least, pack a hazmat suit, just in case.
So, Hezbollah recently aired a video showing drone strikes against an Iron Dome battery. What do you make of this?
Well, it's like watching a toddler knock over a Jenga tower. You can't help but be both amazed and slightly horrified at the same time. Hezbollah really put on a show, but let's be honest. The Iron Dome is like that unbreakable phone case. Pretty resistant, but even the toughest can crack under a clever angle and a bit of mischief, right? And the fact that they struck right next to 6 soldiers? Talk about a dramatic entrance. It's like they added a special effects team for the grand finale. But just imagine the poor soldiers, standing there with their most valuable player awards, only to have drones photobomb their moment. Ah, war. It's always a bit of slapstick humor mixed with existential dread.
Do you think this incident reflects a weakness in Israeli military capabilities?
Oh, absolutely. If the Iron Dome was a superhero, it would be the one that's really good at catching candy. but completely fails at catching the villain. It's impressive, sure, but watching these drones slip through its defenses might make some military strategists start questioning if their secret weapon's a software update or maybe just a bit of therapy. I mean, watching Hezbollah toy with it must feel like the Israeli military is trying to stop a toddler with a crayon from drawing on the walls and failing miserably. It's like they brought a spoon to a knife fight.
How do you perceive the strategic implications of these drone strikes?
Well, it's like throwing a rock in a glass house. It makes a point, but you also just created a whole lot of cleanup. For Israel, it's akin to having a prized collection of limited edition porcelain figurines and then casually letting in a toddler with a soccer ball. Hezbollah is basically saying, "Look, Mom, no hands." And the Israelis? They must be scrambling, reevaluating their top-tier military status, while trying to make sure someone didn't leave the back door open. Strategic implications? More like let's regroup and hope they don't bring out the trebuchets next week.
What reaction do you expect from the international community after this?
Oh, it'll probably be something like a collective facepalm followed by a chorus of, "Let's not escalate this, okay?" It's like watching a family argument at Thanksgiving dinner. Everyone's just waiting for the awkward silence that follows the shouting match. Expect the big players to give the classic "we support a peaceful resolution" speech, which translates to "we'd rather not get dragged into this mess, thank you very much." Because nothing says "we care" like a well-worded press release, right? The irony is palpable, as people will muster sympathy for those involved, but let's be real. Everyone's secretly just hoping for popcorn and a front-row seat.
How do you think the Hezbollah leadership will respond to this success?
Oh, they are probably having a victory parade in their minds. It's like winning the lottery for them, minus the actual money. Expect them to puff their chests out like peacocks strutting around a barnyard, claiming they have just invented drone warfare 2.0. They might even start selling merch. Hezbollah, bringing drone strikes back to the mainstream. I mean, they will milk this success like it's a prized cow. Plus, it gives them bragging rights at the next regional barbecues. "Oh, you've heard of drone strikes? We just perfected them." It's basically the military equivalent of a viral TikTok dance, catching everyone's attention for all the wrong reasons.
In a broader context, what does this say about modern warfare?
If modern warfare had a motto, it would probably be drones. Because why not? This is like watching a game of chess where the players are all using video game controllers instead of pieces. It's a whole new ballgame, where the battlefield is like a chaotic video game with a character that can get knocked out in one hit but then respawns, ready to go again. Conventional tactics? Pfft. So last season, now it's all about who has the fanciest tech and the best Wi-Fi. So really, we're just one step away from watching drone strikes on Twitch, instant commentary and all.
So, explosive satellite images reveal Iranian oil tankers aflame after U.S. bomb strikes near Jask port. What's the general idea behind this situation?
Ah, yes, nothing screams good international relations. Quite like fiery oil tankers lighting up the night sky. It's like an impromptu fireworks show, but instead of celebrating freedom, we're just reminding everyone that diplomacy is often just a fancy word for, let's throw bombs at each other and call it a day. Apparently, the US decided to give a whole new meaning to the term hot oil. Not quite the culinary delight one would hope for, but hey, it makes for some fascinating Instagram content.
What were the immediate reactions from world leaders regarding this incident?
Oh, you know the usual. Denials, accusations, and a lot of people shaking their heads in disbelief, like they just found out their favorite soap opera character is actually a ghost. World leaders will surely be having those urgent meetings, where they pretend to be shocked while simultaneously checking their stock portfolios because, hey, oil prices are about to go up, and who wouldn't want to make a quick buck off this chaos? It's like a twisted game of Monopoly, where the only property that exists is a burning oil tanker.
How does this situation reflect on the ongoing tensions between the US and Iran?
Oh, it's just a marvelous reflection of the quote-unquote friendship we have going on here. You know, like two neighbors who borrow sugar but end up throwing trash into each other's yards instead. Each bomb dropped seems to be another layer of icing on the cake of animosity, showcasing a beautiful, if not slightly catastrophic, masterpiece of foreign relations. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing banners reading, "Welcome to the US-Iran Fireworks Festival. Just don't forget the marshmallows."
What does this mean for oil prices on the global market?
Buckle up, Buttercup, because this is going to be a roller coaster ride. Oil prices are going to shoot up faster than a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Investors are probably already planning their swims in pools of cash, wondering how high they can ride this wave of chaos. It's like a bizarre reality show where everyone is competing for the title of most dramatic price surge, and trust me, the producers are loving every minute of it. Just don't forget to check your gas prices next week. They'll probably have taken their own trip to the moon.
Are there any possible long-term repercussions we should be worried about from this event?
Oh, absolutely. This could lead to a wait until next week soap opera saga, where each twist leaves us gasping for air and shaking our heads. Long-term repercussions might include a new cycle of sanctions, retaliatory acts, and the endless loop of diplomatic text messages that read like bad breakup notes. It's a delightful reminder that when tensions rise, so do the stakes. Like adding more jalapenos to a dish. You think it's hot now? Just wait until it simmers a little longer. Yummy, right?
How are the people of Iran reacting to the news?
Well, I can only assume their reactions range from absolute disbelief to a collective sigh that could probably power a small village. After all, watching your oil tankers go up in flames must feel like watching your dreams go up in smoke. Except these are literal dreams, and they're on fire. It's a bit like when your favorite local diner burns down, and you mourn the loss of that delicious burger you loved, but instead, it's a national crisis. Just another day in the life, right? I mean, forget about reality TV. This is the real drama.
So, let's dive into this peculiar toilet proposal from the Kiev official. What on earth is he thinking?
Well, you know, when life gives you lemons, sometimes you just have to build a toilet. It's like he's saying, look, we can't fix the lights, but hey, at least we won't be sitting in our own filth. It's a bit like trying to clean a house with a fire hose. Sure, you'll get it wet, but it might also wash away the entire neighborhood. And honestly, insisting on proper sanitation during a crisis sounds like some sort of bizarre spring cleaning plan that accidentally ended up in the middle of winter.
He mentioned not wanting everyone to dump their waste on the streets, which is a fair point. But is it really the best solution?
Ah yes, the classic let's just put a band-aid on a broken leg approach. I mean, sure, nothing spells progress quite like a line of smelly toilets in the middle of a snowstorm. It's almost poetic, like a Shakespearean play gone wrong, where the tragedy is everyone's refusal to recognize that it's not just about preventing a stinky situation, but about fixing the whole mess. What's next? A proposal to use snow as toilet paper? Ah, the creativity knows no bounds.
It sounds like he's facing backlash too. Is it common for officials to just shrug off public outrage?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a badge of honor in politics. They probably sit in their offices, snickering, thinking, Who cares about public opinion when I can build a throne for the common man? It's akin to a chef preparing a five-star meal and then insisting it's the diner's fault if they don't like it. What's that? You don't like the taste of sewage? Well, you should've asked for the gourmet option. It's a classic case of the I'm in charge, so let's do it my way syndrome.
Winter seems to be causing a lot of issues for the district. What's the connection between the electricity problems and this toilet plan?
Ah, yes, the grand connection. It's like blaming your Wi-Fi for your inability to cook a decent meal. Just because the power's out doesn't mean you should be out in the cold with a shovel and a dream. It's almost like he's saying, while we're freezing and looking for heat, let's at least keep our bottoms warm. In a portable toilet, it's like trying to fix a broken window while serving soup in a colander, but hey, at least we'll stay hygienic while we freeze.
Do you think people will actually support this idea in the long run?
Ah, the age-old question of whether people prefer comfort over convenience. It's a little like asking if they'd rather have a cozy couch or a beautifully crafted toilet that doubles as an ice sculpture. I mean, who doesn't want to sit in a fancy seat while the world goes to hell around them? It's almost like the officials trying to sell this as a new home improvement trend. Renovate your backyard with the latest in winter toilet technology. I can see it now. A series of infomercials starring homeowners raving about their new backyard lavatory experience. It's like a spa day. But for your behind.
Any final thoughts on this wild proposal and the reactions it's stirring up?
Oh, definitely. This proposal is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. Fascinating yet horrifying. It's clear that when the going gets tough, some folks just go with the flow, and by flow, I mean suggesting outdoor toilets. It's almost as if he's aiming for some sort of bizarre political legacy. Remember the man who took sanitation into his own hands? Literally, if nothing else, it sparked a conversation, which is the first step toward figuring out how to keep people from feeling like they live in a giant outdoor bathroom. Who knew winter blues could inspire such a unique solution?
So North Korea's new constitution basically says that if Kim Jong-un kicks the bucket, we all need to brace ourselves for a nuclear party. What do you make of that?
Well, it's a masterclass in overreacting, isn't it? I mean, who needs a will or a peaceful transfer of power when you can just hit the big red nuclear button? It's like saying, if I can't have my cake, I'll blow up the bakery. Talk about a dramatic exit. If I were in charge of international relations, I'd be less concerned about their nuclear arsenal and more worried about their stress levels. They clearly need a hobby, maybe knitting instead of launching missiles.
Do you think this move is more about Kim's legacy, or is it simply a method to instill fear?
Oh, it's definitely a legacy move. Nothing says I want to be remembered like a press this button if I die clause. It's like immortalizing yourself in the most explosive way possible, leave the world with a bang, literally. Meanwhile, the rest of us are just trying to leave a decent social media footprint. But sure, instilling fear is a part-time job here. It's less about, we're watching you, and more like, we'll vaporize you if you even think about it. Who knew being a dictator came with such high stakes?
How is the world reacting to this volatile new rule from North Korea?
Ah, the world is reacting as you might expect, with wide eyes, popcorn in hand, and a sense of dread you can cut with a knife. It's like watching a horror movie, where everyone knows there's a jump scare coming, but no one can look away. Diplomats are probably having emergency meetings like they're in an episode of Survivor, Global Politics Edition. Meanwhile, the rest of us just hope and pray we don't have to add nuclear fallout to our list of survival skills. I mean, who knew I'd need to watch YouTube tutorials on how to build a fallout shelter in my backyard?
What does this mean for the citizens of North Korea?
Oh, just another Tuesday for them. Imagine waking up and finding out your government's new motto is, live fast and die hard. The average North Korean citizen is probably thinking, great. Now I have to live under the constant threat of nuclear apocalypse and figure out how to find a decent avocado in the market. It's like living in a reality TV show where the stakes are literally the fate of the world. And if they want to complain, well, they better do it quietly, or they might just get a personal invitation to a very uncomfortable state-sponsored party.
Is there any hope for a peaceful solution with a regime that seems to cherish this level of chaos?
Hope? In a realm where the leader has a nuclear button literally at his fingertips? That's like hoping my cat will finally learn to fetch. About as likely. Sure, we can send them flowers and a peace treaty, but it's going to end up like that gift you never wanted, awkward and probably just tossed aside. I mean, what's the point of diplomacy when the other side is training to launch a surprise, just in case they get a little too bored? It's like trying to negotiate with someone who thinks they're playing a video game on hard mode while you're stuck on easy.
What should the international community do in response to this bizarre decree?
Well, first and foremost, they should probably have a very serious conversation with their therapist about stress management. Then, maybe a group intervention? Listen, North Korea, we care about you, but this whole nuclear thing? It's a cry for help. Seriously though, the international community could consider forming a coalition to sit down over tea and figure out how to pull them back from the brink. Or, just send a lot of really big gift baskets filled with everything except nuclear weapons. Who wouldn't want a basket of goodies to distract them from world domination?
So, we've got a brutal militia attack in eastern Congo resulting in at least 69 deaths. What do you make of this ongoing violence?
Ah, the Eastern Congo, where chaos is always just a militia away. It's like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole over there, except instead of moles, we have armed groups popping up, and instead of a mallet, we have, well, apparently nothing. This is just another Monday for them, I guess. You have to wonder how many times you can hear at least 69 dead before it starts to sound like a broken record. It's like a really grim version of Groundhog Day, where Bill Murray just keeps waking up to the same news every time. It's almost impressive how they keep the violence unabated. You'd think they'd at least take a coffee break.
What can you tell us about the security situation in the region?
The security situation? Oh, it's as secure as a wet paper bag in a monsoon. Seriously, it's like giving a toddler a pack of firecrackers and saying, now be careful. You've got these militia groups running amok while the authorities are probably sitting at their desks, debating whether to send out an email or actually do something about it. Spoiler alert. Email wins every time. It's one of those regions where you could set your watch by the violence. It's like a violent clock that's perpetually stuck at mayhem o'clock. And let's not forget, it's getting to be a bit of a tourist attraction if you're into that whole dangerous adventure vibe.
Why do you think the search for bodies was delayed?
Ah, the search party turned into a casual stroll through chaos, huh? It's like trying to find your car keys in a dark room after a wild party. Good luck with that. I mean, if you've got armed militias in the area, it's not exactly like they're holding a welcome to the neighborhood barbecue. Delays in searching for bodies? More like, let's not get ourselves shot today party. And let's be real, when it comes to safety, who wants to go body hunting with a side of danger? The last time I checked, searching for bodies wasn't listed under fun weekend activities. Unless you're in a horror movie, then it's practically a rite of passage.
What can the world do to support peace efforts in Congo?
Ah, yes. The age-old question of what can the world do? It's like asking your friend for help moving. You know they'll say yes, but they'll probably show up late and bring a pizza instead of a box. The world can send in peacekeepers, but honestly, it's like putting a band-aid on a gaping wound caused by a bear attack. You might as well just hope for a miracle while throwing glitter and peace signs into the air. Realistically, they could also send in some conflict resolution experts and have a group therapy session for the militias. Picture it. Everyone sitting in a circle saying, "I feel attacked," while sipping herbal tea. Spoiler alert, it probably won't work, but hey, at least we'd have snacks.
What implications does this violence have for neighboring countries?
Oh, just the usual, let's destabilize everything kind of implications. It's like when your neighbor has a giant, uncontrollable dog that keeps jumping into your yard. At first, you might think it's cute until it starts tearing up your garden. Neighboring countries are probably peeking through their curtains right now, thinking, "Great, just what we needed. A front row seat to the chaos show." With refugees flowing in and out like a poorly organized conga line, it's a recipe for regional instability. It's like one big, chaotic family reunion where no one wants to talk to each other. And you can bet there's going to be drama.
Do you think the international community cares enough about this situation?
Caring? Oh, it's like asking if teenagers care about their chores. The answer is a resounding not really. Sure, they might throw a few dollars at the problem and then pat themselves on the back, like they're giving a medal to a cat for catching a mouse. The international community talks a big game about humanitarian efforts, but when it comes to Congo, it seems like everyone forgot to bring their playing pieces to this game of Monopoly. It's like they're standing on the sidelines, munching popcorn while saying, "Wow, look at those poor folks," instead of actually doing something. It's a classic case of out of sight, out of mind. But hey, don't worry, they'll post about it on social media to make sure everyone knows they care.
So, Iran is threatening to unleash unpredictable warfare on new fronts, amidst rising tensions with the US and Israel. What's your take on that?
Well, clearly, Iran has just signed up for the ultimate game of hide and seek, but with tanks and missiles instead of kids shouting, "Ollie Ollie oxen free." You see, while the US and Israel might be sitting comfortably, sipping on their lats, Iran is busy preparing a surprise party where the guests of honor aren't even invited. It's like they're saying, "If you think our military is just going to hang out at home, think again. We've got new locations on our map and oodles of unpredictability to spare. So grab your popcorn, because this is going to be one chaotic movie night."
Do you think their claims about being ready for unexpected tactics are serious, or just a lot of bluster?
Oh, you bet they're serious. I mean, when was the last time a country came out and said, "We're just going to sit around and twiddle our thumbs"? That'd be like a chef saying, "Hey, I'm only here for the salad." Iran is flexing its muscles. And let's face it, they've been practicing their surprise moves longer than most people have been working on their TikTok dance routines. So, yes, it's a mix of serious prep and a dash of showmanship. But who doesn't love a little theatrics in international politics, right? It's like Game of Thrones, but with more sand and less dragon fire.
What do you think about their military buildup and training adjustments?
Oh, it's like watching a teenager clean their room right before parents' weekend. You know something's up. They're dusting off the old weapons and checking their doomsday playlists, probably strategizing over snacks. They're the kid on the block who suddenly got taller and decided it's time to assert dominance in the playground. Sure, it's all fun and games until someone gets a surprise missile for their birthday. But hey, Isn't it fascinating how they're taking advantage of the quiet times to sharpen those military skills? Just when you thought it was safe to go back into the international waters, here comes Iran, slicing through tensions like a knife through butter.
How should the US and Israel respond to these threats?
Oh, let me just pull out my crystal ball for this one. But seriously, if I were them, I'd probably consider a comedy tour. After all, nothing disarms a threat quite like a well-timed joke, right? In reality, they need to tread carefully, like someone walking on ice while juggling flaming torches. A knee-jerk reaction could lead to surprises that nobody wants to unwrap. Maybe they should send Iran a giant welcome to the neighborhood card, complete with a cookie basket and a hint to just chill a little. Let's face it, the best response might just be to look busy and hope they get distracted by something shiny.
What do you think motivates Iran's unpredictability in warfare?
You know, it's almost like they're trying to master the art of the plot twist. Everyone loves a good twist in a movie, right? But in this case, it's warfare. It's like they took a page from the How to Keep People Guessing handbook. The unpredictability is like their secret sauce, adds flavor to the conflict salad. Iran seems to enjoy the thrill of keeping everyone on their toes, like a cat playing with a ball of yarn. And frankly, who wouldn't want to be the center of attention? If they didn't stir the pot, they might be left standing there, holding an empty bag of chips at the world's worst party.
What should we take away from this situation in the grand scheme of things?
Well, if there's one thing history has taught us, it's that this is all just a big twisted game of chess, played with way too many players, and not enough chess pieces. We've got countries making moves, threats flying around like confetti, and in the end, we're all sitting here with our popcorn, wondering who's going to knock over the board first. The grand scheme? Keep an eye on the news and invest in stress balls because this is bound to be a wild ride. In the end, the only thing we can predict is unpredictability itself, much like my inability to find matching socks on laundry day.
So, Germany is trying to buy Tomahawk missiles from the US. And it's quite a twist in their military strategy, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's like watching a quiet kid in class suddenly raise their hand and say, "I want to be the class president." I mean, who would have thought Germany would be flexing its militaristic muscles this way? They must really want to spice things up, probably thinking, hey, if we're going to have a military strategy, let's make it a blockbuster.
What are the chances that Chancellor Merz actually gets these missiles?
It's about as likely as finding a unicorn at a petting zoo, to be honest. Merz is probably thinking, I'll just charm Trump with my best jokes about pretzels and lederhosen. But in reality, convincing Trump might take a lot more than that. Maybe a really good deal on bratwurst or something.
What's the deal with Defense Minister Boris Pistorius planning a trip to Washington?
Oh, that's like the kid who didn't get invited to a party suddenly showing up with a bag of candy and saying, "I'm here for my invites." Honestly, Pistorius must feel like he's heading into a lion's den. "Please, Mr. Trump, can I have my missiles and also an endorsement for my next trip?" It's like a diplomatic game of Monopoly, where you can only get properties if you sing karaoke.
Do you think Germany will pay extra for the missiles?
Of course. Who doesn't love a good premium price on something they want? It's like ordering a fancy coffee and then adding sprinkles because, obviously, sprinkles make everything better, including international arms deals. I can just see Germany saying, "Throw in some extra missile launchers, and make it a combo deal." Bravo, Berlin making military spending a new trend.
How does this reflect on Germany's military strategy overall?
Well, it's a bit like that friend who used to be a homebody suddenly deciding they want to join a rock band. Germany is saying, "Hey, We can party too. They're clearly trying to shake off that let's not make any waves image and become the cool kid on the block. But let's be honest, it'll take more than a few tomahawks to convince everyone that they're now the life of the military party.
What would be the implications if Germany successfully acquires these missiles?
If they pull this off, it'd be like finding out your quiet neighbor has a secret karaoke bar in their basement. The whole neighborhood, Europe, would be buzzing. You'd have NATO countries raising eyebrows and thinking, what's next? Germany on a world tour of military might. It could either stabilize the region or kick off a new round of who has the coolest weapons competition.
So, we have this shocking news about the hantavirus outbreak on the MV Hondius. Can you shed some light on what's going on?
Oh, absolutely, because nothing says vacation quite like being evacuated in a biohazard suit, right? Who wouldn't want to trade their beach towel for a hazmat outfit? We've got 3 unfortunate souls who've kicked the bucket, and a whole lot of people getting an unexpected tutorial on how to avoid rodents in South America. And look, I appreciate that the Canary Islands are beautiful, but I'm sure they didn't want this version of airplane as part of their travel package. It's like a game of, will it be the virus or will it be the sunburn?
What can you tell us about the safety measures they're putting in place for those being evacuated?
Ah, yes, the safety measures. They're getting whisked away from the ship in boats like they're the last survivors of a Titanic sequel. Picture this: passengers in full-body suits paddling away while trying not to look like extras in a sci-fi horror film. Once they reach the port of Granadilla, it's straight to Madrid in a plane with a fresh supply of hand sanitizer instead of snacks. I guess they figured that disinfecting the boarding pass is the new in-flight entertainment. After all, who needs a movie when you can watch people leaping from a virus-infested ship to the safety of a land that doesn't have its own rodent issues?
That's an impressive response. How are other countries reacting to this incident?
Well, you know how countries are. It's like a game of who can evac faster. Belgium, France, Germany. It's like the world's politest race to see who can send a plane first. They're probably coordinating their airlift like it's some kind of international relay race. On your mark, get set, send in the biohazard brigade. I get it, their citizens are on that ship, but the sight of all these nations scrambling could make for a great reality TV show. Survivor, Virus Edition.
You mentioned the countries connected to the patients. How does that play into the whole situation?
Oh, it's a real cultural exchange program gone awry. You've got a Dutch couple that decided to mix their vacation with a deadly virus, and a German tourist just trying to get some sun. It's like a travel guide gone rogue. Travel tips: avoid Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay if you don't want to get the hantavirus. It seems like their souvenir was more than just a t-shirt. And now countries are scrambling to figure out how many people are having spontaneous outbreaks of paranoia instead of picnics on the beach.
What are the symptoms of hantavirus? Just for a little clarity here.
Let me paint you a picture. Imagine you've got the flu, but it's like the flu went to a rave and invited all its worst friends. You've got fever, muscle aches, and a lovely dash of shortness of breath. It's like your lungs decided to go on strike while your body is running a marathon. It's less just a case of the sniffles and more, welcome to the emergency room. Here's your complimentary panic attack. But hey, if you're going to go out with a bang, might as well make it a viral one.
What's the overall takeaway from this outbreak?
Oh, the takeaway? Well, my friends, if there's one thing we can learn from this, it's that travel can be a gamble. Especially when you're dealing with unpredictable rodents and international travel. It's a good reminder that while seeking adventure in far-off lands sounds exciting, you might just bring back a little something extra. Like a virus that makes you worse than that one friend who always comes back from vacation with mysterious food poisoning. So essentially, the moral of the story: pack your sunscreen, but don't forget your rodent-repelling spray.
So, it seems a mysterious object struck a cargo ship near Doha, igniting a pretty intense fire on board. What exactly do we make of this bizarre incident?
Ah yes, just another day in the world where we have ships, cargo, and now apparently, surprise projectiles raining down from the sky. I guess the universe decided to play dodgeball at sea. And you know, when you're out there on the high seas, you might expect storms or the occasional pirate, but a UFO. That's like finding a unicorn in your backyard instead of just one more raccoon rummaging through your garbage.
What do you think this mysterious object could have been? Any theories?
Oh, I have a great theory. Maybe it was an alien spaceship that got lost on its way to Area 51. I mean, who wouldn't want to visit Qatar? Beaches, luxury, and now explosions. Sounds like a vacation spot, but realistically, it could have been anything from a rogue satellite piece to an angry seagull with a serious vendetta against shipping containers. Either way, I bet the crew on board thought they were in one of those disaster movies where everything goes wrong right before the popcorn's done.
We know ships are expensive. What impact do you think this incident will have on maritime insurance?
Oh, you can bet your bottom dollar or Qatari reals that insurance companies are now writing up new policies like they're editing a script for a horror film. Insuring against mysterious object strikes. Check. Every underwriter is probably at their desks, looking like they just discovered a new tax code, furiously scribbling how to charge more for alien encounters. Next thing you know, mysterious object will be the reason you can't get coverage for your yacht.
What could be the repercussions of this incident for shipping routes in that area?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if shipping routes get shifted so dramatically that sailors start writing new sea shanties about the menacing object of Doha. It might become a tourist attraction. Come to Qatar and dodge the flying debris. In reality, though, shipping companies might start investing in tinfoil hats just in case they need to protect their vessels from the next strange surprise. You know, just when you thought sailing was all smooth sailing, here come the curveballs. Only this time, they're literally flying.
How do you think the crew handled the situation? Must have been quite the adrenaline rush.
Oh, I can only imagine the crew on board. One minute they're sipping coffee, tossing casual banter about the weather, and the next minute, bam! They're in a live-action version of Titanic, but with more fire and fewer violins. I mean, you don't just do a quick safety drill for random objects from the sky now, do you? Talk about an unexpected team-building exercise. Today's training will include dodging aliens and extinguishing spontaneous ship fires. Who's in? I'd say their heart rates were probably higher than the flames.
Any lessons we should take away from this incident? What advice would you give to people or companies involved in shipping?
Well, if I had to give advice, I'd say, always keep your eyes on the sky, folks. But really, beyond the celestial debris dodgeball game, companies might want to invest in better surveillance, like those Ring doorbell cameras, but for the ocean. Because who wouldn't want to catch the next UFO on their maritime security footage? You just know they'd go viral faster than a cat video. And maybe, just maybe, keep a fire extinguisher handy, like a trusty sidekick. Because you never know when a flaming mystery will crash your party.
So it seems Trump is trying to handle the whole Iran situation with diplomacy first. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, diplomacy. The magical handshake that everyone's been waiting for, like a kid waiting for Christmas morning. Trump's about to pull out his diplomatic toolkit, which, let's be honest, probably contains a rubber stamp that says, "Make Iran great again." But, if that doesn't work, then, surprise surprise, it's back to military action. Because who needs coffee and a chat when you have military might, right? Nothing says I care about peace quite like a swift kick in the geopolitical rear.
Mike Waltz mentioned that negotiations are ongoing. Do you think they have a chance?
Ongoing negotiations? That sounds like my New Year's resolution to go to the gym, perpetually in the works and never quite happening. But hey, optimism is key. Maybe they'll hash out their differences over some Persian tea and baklava. But let's be real. If they can't agree on where to eat dinner, how are they supposed to agree on anything foreign policy related? I mean, the last time two stubborn parties tried negotiating over dinner, they ended up with a food fight instead.
What do you think is Trump's strategy here? Is he playing a long game?
Playing a long game? More like playing a game of chess with a toddler who keeps flipping the board over. I mean, sure, he's saying he wants to try diplomacy before sending in the troops, but let's not kid ourselves. It's like saying you'll try to fix your toaster before you just throw it out the window. We all know that if the toaster starts smoking, he's going for the C4 instead of the manual. It's like he's got a preemptive military playbook right behind the diplomatic one.
If talks fail, how do you think military action would unfold?
Oh, military action? It's the fallback plan of every world leader who loves a good spectacle. Picture this, a press conference where Trump says, "Well folks, we tried our best, but they wouldn't take our offer of 3 fancy donuts and an olive branch, so..." Boom, it's the classic "oops, we miscommunicated" situation but on a global scale. I can just see him declaring war over a misunderstood emoji. I meant to send a peace sign, but accidentally sent a missile. It's like a bad sitcom, but with actual consequences.
Do you think world leaders are taking this diplomatic push seriously?
Oh, the world leaders are probably taking this about as seriously as a cat taking a bath. They're looking at the situation like, will he? Won't he? Is this a serious diplomatic effort, or just a really intense episode of a reality show? Every time Trump looks like he's about to do something mature, it's like waiting for a cat to finally get in the water, full of skepticism and just a little bit of hope. They might be thinking, let's watch this drama unfold, popcorn in hand, because who knows what's coming next.
What do you think happens next in this situation?
What happens next? Oh, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It's like trying to predict what your dog will do when you say walk. There's a 50-50 chance it'll either get excited or just stare at you, like you've grown a third eye. We could see a breakthrough. The first successful handshake in history, without someone getting slapped. Or we could see Trump pulling out his military toy box and having his fun with big boys' toys. Who knows? It could all explode, literally and figuratively. Buckle up, folks. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
So, Turkey's top diplomat met with the Hamas leader in an attempt to find lasting peace in Gaza. What's your take on such a shocking move?
Oh, isn't that just peachy? Nothing says let's fix global conflicts like an awkward meeting in Ankara between folks whose names sound like they should be in a spy movie. I mean, if peace negotiations were a high school dance, this would be the two kids who never got asked to prom suddenly deciding to start a wedding planning committee. Sure, it's bold and ambitious, but let's be real. The last time someone tried to throw a peace party in Gaza, the only invites were for a raucous game of dodgeball with missiles.
What do you think are the chances this meeting will actually lead to any substantial change?
Ah, the age-old question of hope versus reality. If I had $1 for every time a meeting like this produced a miracle, I'd probably be able to fund my own peacekeeping mission, or at least buy a decent cup of coffee. So, the chances? I'd say about as likely as me winning the lottery, while simultaneously getting struck by lightning. Sure, it's theoretically possible, but let's not hold our breath. It's more likely that a cat will come out of this meeting wearing a tuxedo and offering genuine solutions.
What do you think the main focus of the discussions was?
Oh, just the usual topics. World peace, free pizza for everyone, and solving the mysteries of the universe. But really, they were probably talking about humanitarian aid and regional issues. Because when the chips are down, what better way to bond than over life and death matters? It's like trying to plan a family dinner while arguing over who left the dishes in the sink. Everyone wants to eat, but no one can agree on who brings the casserole.
How do you think this meeting reflects on Turkey's role in the Middle East?
Well, if Turkey is the friend at a dinner party who tries to mediate the argument between the angry couple, then we can expect a lot of awkward silences and maybe a few smashed plates. Turkey's trying to play the peacemaker role while balancing its own interests. It's like walking a tightrope while juggling flaming torches. It's impressive until you realize everyone's just waiting for the inevitable crash landing. So, yes, it reflects ambition, but let's hope they remember to hold on to the safety net.
What could be the potential pitfalls of this diplomatic approach?
Oh, where do we even start? It's like trying to bake a cake without any of the ingredients. You might end up with a big mess and a mouthful of disappointment. The potential pitfalls include misunderstandings, foot-in-mouth moments, and of course, the age-old tradition of saying one thing while doing another. This isn't a friendly game of Monopoly, it's international diplomacy, where one wrong move can lead to someone flipping the board. And trust me, flipping the board never ends well.
So, what's the public reception like for Turkey making moves like this?
It's a classic case of mixed reviews. Some folks are cheering like they just scored a last-minute goal in the World Cup, while others are raising an eyebrow, like they just tasted sour milk. The public's reception often hinges on whether they focus on optimism or pessimism. And we all know that humans are professional experts in pessimism. It's like watching a superhero movie. Everyone wants a happy ending, but deep down, we're all just waiting for the plot twist that involves betrayal and lost pizza.
So, the Israeli Defense Forces' secret base in Iraq has been exposed by satellite images. What's the scoop on that?
Oh, just your typical Tuesday in international relations. I mean, who doesn't enjoy a little game of hide-and-seek with military bases? It's like the IDF thought they could build a secret airstrip in Iraq, and nobody would notice, because we all just love a good surprise party. But alas, Mother Nature had other plans and decided to turn the runway into a lake. I'm just imagining the pilots showing up, ready to take off, and finding themselves needing to dive instead. It's like building a sandcastle at the beach, and then being surprised when the tide comes in.
What do you think motivated the IDF to set up this secret base in Iraq?
Ah, the age-old question of why not. I mean, Iraq isn't exactly the go-to vacation destination, but when you're prepping for a showdown with Iran, I suppose anywhere with less traffic is great. Perhaps they thought they could have a covert operation while sipping Turkish coffee, just between friends. Or maybe they just really miss the thrill of sneaking around, after all. It's a lot more fun than playing Monopoly. You don't get to use toy tanks and make airstrikes on boardwalk with a go-to-jail card.
How has the international community reacted to the discovery of this base?
Well, the reaction is about as surprising as finding out a politician has made a promise they can't keep. You have folks clutching their pearls while shouting, "Oh, how could they?" But really, it's like finding a cat in a dog park. Everyone's a little bewildered but secretly excited about the chaos this could cause. Some countries are probably taking notes, thinking, maybe I should build my own secret base. Meanwhile, others are hastily rewriting their travel advisories. You can practically hear the diplomats typing furiously, trying to come up with the next big "we condemn" statement.
Do you think this base has strategic value for the IDF?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, who wouldn't want to have a secret base? It's like having a VIP lounge at a club, but instead of bottle service, you get tactical superiority. The strategic value is basically the same as having the last piece of cake at a birthday party. Everyone wants it, and whoever gets it has a lot more options, if they could just keep it a secret, that is. But now, thanks to those nosy satellites, it's more like they left their slice unattended, just as someone's stomach growled loudly. They just have to hope the cake doesn't get too soggy in the rain.
What implications could this have for Israel and Iraq moving forward?
Oh, the implications are like a roller coaster ride that you just didn't sign up for. You've got heightened tensions, potential diplomatic fallout, and the ever-looming threat of a game of hot potato where nobody wants to be the one holding it when it explodes. Imagine all the awkward phone calls between leaders. So, about that secret base. It's like realizing your neighbor's cat has been using your garden as a litter box. You're upset, but you don't want to start World War III over it. The future could be a delicate dance, possibly involving some "we were just kidding" type of apologies, but with more military jargon.
Lastly, what's your take on how the media has handled this story?
Oh, the media loves a juicy scoop. It's like giving a toddler a cookie and watching them go wild. They're practically throwing confetti while screaming, "Look! A secret base! Breaking news!" They've positioned this like it's the next big thriller movie. And who can blame them? After all, conspiracy theories sell faster than hotcakes at a diner. And while they're at it, we might as well throw in some dramatic music and a cliffhanger. The headlines practically write themselves. Will the IDF's secret base become the next Hollywood blockbuster? Spoiler alert, if they don't stop leaving fingerprints, it might just be.
So, can you give us a brief overview of what's happening in Dobropolsk with the Russian forces getting all aggressive on the Ukrainian positions?
Ah, yes. The Dobropolsk drama, where Russian forces are playing a game of dodgeball, except instead of balls, it's artillery shells, and instead of dodge, it's run for your life. It's like a really bad action movie where the explosions are real, and the plot is about as thin as a crepe. The Russian military decided to show off their impressive collection of weapons by rolling them out like a kid with a new set of Legos. Only this time, they're building destruction instead of castles. It's shocking, sure, but hey, they've turned the whole area into a real-life game of Risk, except nobody's having fun, and all the pieces are either on fire or missing.
What seems to be the main motive behind these attacks from the Russian side?
Well, if I were to guess, I'd say it's a mixture of a few ingredients: a dash of imperial ambition, a sprinkle of geopolitical chess, and a whole truckload of just not knowing when to quit. It's as though someone at the Kremlin thought, "You know what this year needs? More chaos." It's like they have a never-ending buffet of conflict, and they just keep piling their plates high, thinking, "This time, we'll definitely finish it all." Spoiler alert, they won't. It's not a cooking show. There aren't any judges handing out scores for best military strategy. But if there were, they'd probably get a solid 1 out of 10, if we're being generous.
How do you think the international community is responding to this escalation?
Oh, the international community is like that friend who silently watches as you dive into the deep end with a belly flop but is too polite to say anything. They're all like, "Oh dear, that doesn't look safe," while frantically tweeting about it. You've got the usual suspects issuing sternly worded letters and calls for restraint, because heaven forbid they actually do anything that resembles action. It's as if they think a strongly worded letter could magically turn tanks into teddy bears. Meanwhile, the appropriate reaction seems to be a collective shrug, as if they're just waiting for this episode to end, hoping it's not renewed for another season.
Is there any known strategy that the Russian forces are employing in this offensive?
Oh sure, their strategy seems to be, let's throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. It's like a toddler's art project gone wrong. Colors everywhere, a mess that no one wants to clean up, and at the end of the day, not much to show for it. They're going in with the precision of a blindfolded darts player at a pub. Wild swings and a lot of misses. If this is a carefully crafted military strategy, I'd hate to see their version of a casual Friday. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian forces are probably adopting their own strategy, which is more along the lines of, how do we survive today without starring in the next viral explosion video? It's all very dramatic, like a soap opera where no one knows the script.
Considering this situation, what might be the impact on the local population in Dobropolsk?
Oh, just your average Tuesday for them. If your average Tuesday includes running for cover and living in constant uncertainty, it's like living in a horror movie where the plot twist is that nothing gets better. It just escalates. We're talking about people who have to navigate between their homes and the nearest bomb shelter, as if it's an Olympic sport. The local population is likely feeling the effects of stress like a college student cramming for finals. Except the exam is life or death and there's no study guide. So, while the world might sit back with popcorn and watch this unfolding tragedy, the folks in Dobropolsk are just trying to find a safe place to eat their dinner without dodging shrapnel. Bon appetit indeed!
So, Danny, you've just had this live discussion with Richard Wolff about the economic fallout from the Iran war. Can you give us a quick rundown of what that looks like?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you love watching markets crash harder than your dreams after a long weekend, this is the topic for you. The simmering economic depression is like a pressure cooker with no safety valve. You can almost hear the hissing. Richard and I talked about how the declining petrodollar is waving goodbye like it's on a one-way ticket to economic obscurity. The US is out there trying to manipulate the global oil market like it's a teenage kid playing with Lego. But it turns out the blocks are missing, and so is the whole structure. A perfect recipe for disaster, really.
What do you think is the most surprising aspect of the petrodollar decline?
Oh, where do I begin? It's like watching your favorite sports team lose every game of the season, and then you realize the coach is actually a cat. The petrodollar's decline feels like a slow-motion train wreck, It's surprising how quickly other countries are ditching it, like an ex that never paid you back. The United States thought it could keep flexing its economic muscles, but turns out it's more like a toddler trying to lift a sofa. Spoiler alert, it didn't work out for anyone involved.
What implications do you foresee for international relations as this economic situation develops?
The implications are as rich and complex as a soap opera plot twist. I mean, if watching international relations right now was a Netflix series, it would definitely be classified under comedy drama. Countries are going to start eyeing each other like they're at a buffet, but only brought cucumber sandwiches. Alliances will shift faster than a chameleon on a disco floor. Everyone will be trying to figure out how to pick up the pieces while avoiding the inevitable economic pie fight. And trust me, those pies are filled with real economic consequences.
How do economics tie into the everyday lives of average people amid such turbulence?
Oh, they tie in like that friend who shows up uninvited and eats all your snacks. Average people are feeling it in their wallets deeper than a magician's hand in a rabbit hole. Prices are rising, jobs are uncertain, and if you think your budget is going to stretch any further, think again. It's like trying to put a giraffe in a clown car. Not going to happen. People are juggling bills while trying to keep their sanity intact, and let's be honest, some of them are losing that battle faster than a contestant on a game show.
What role do you think social media plays in shaping public perception of this economic situation?
Oh, social media is basically the high school cafeteria of the world economy right now. Everyone's got something to say, and it's usually a lot of noise. It's like watching a bunch of toddlers arguing over crayons, while the adults are just trying to keep chaos in check. Social media can turn a minor blip into a full-blown catastrophe faster than you can say, viral tweet. Memes are flying around like confetti at a New Year's party, making us either laugh or cry, or both. It's shaping public perception so quickly it's practically spinning in circles.
Any final thoughts on what we should be paying attention to going forward?
Oh, plenty. We should be paying attention like it's the season finale of a reality show. Edge of your seat kind of stuff. Keep an eye on how countries are realigning economically, because if you blink, you'll miss the biggest shifts since the last time someone tried to make pants fashionable in the 80s. Watch the oil prices, like they're your ex, checking their social media. They're constantly fluctuating and always up to something. And don't forget to check your bank statements because, spoiler alert, you might want to know how many times you've treated yourself to takeout after a long day.
So, let's dive into the elephant in the room. Trump's controversial posts on social media. What do you think they're really saying about US-Iran relations and the future of diplomacy?
Ah yes, Trump's social media posts. They're like a double shot of espresso, full of energy but often lead to a really jittery, unpredictable outcome. It's like watching a toddler with a paintbrush, chaotic, colorful, and you just hope it doesn't end in a wall disaster. When Trump hits send, it's like he's waving a red flag in front of a bull, and that bull just happens to be Iran. As for diplomacy, well, we might as well call it a game of Twister. One wrong move, and you've got an international incident in your living room.
What do you think the international community is thinking about these posts? Are they rolling their eyes or gearing up for action?
Oh, they're definitely rolling their eyes. Picture a room full of diplomats trying to maintain their poker faces, while secretly wishing they could just binge-watch a reality show instead. Trump's posts are akin to that one friend who can't stop talking during a movie. Everyone's trying to focus, but he's just throwing popcorn around while shouting, "Plot twist." The international community is probably thinking, "Great, what can we misinterpret today?" It's like a diplomatic version of dodgeball, except instead of balls, we're dodging tweets.
How do you think Trump's approach to social media impacts traditional diplomacy?
It's like watching a cat try to fit into a toaster, completely unorthodox, and everyone's just hoping it doesn't short-circuit. Traditional diplomacy is all about quiet conversations in candlelit rooms. And then bam! Trump comes in with his Twitter feed like a fireworks show on New Year's Eve. It's like trying to negotiate a peace treaty while someone is simultaneously filming a reality show. You can almost hear the sighs of seasoned diplomats as they realize their carefully crafted protocols are about as useful as a chocolate teapot.
Do you think Trump's posts could actually influence future negotiations with Iran?
Well, if by influence you mean sending them into a spiral of confusion, then yes. His posts are like a wild card in a board game, tossing strategies right out the window. It's as if he's playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. And honestly, I'm not even sure he knows the rules of chess. Iran is probably sitting there thinking, so, do we take this seriously or just add it to the collection of bizarre things we've seen this month? Negotiations might as well come with a side of popcorn, because, at this point, it's all about entertainment value.
How do you see Trump's rhetoric affecting the American public's perception of Iran?
Well, it's like trying to explain a Picasso painting to a toddler. The American public usually ends up more confused than informed, with opinions shaped more by memes than by facts. Trump's rhetoric has managed to turn Iran into this mythical creature. Part villain, part misunderstood monster under the bed. You know, the kind that gets blamed whenever the Wi-Fi goes down. So while we're debating if Iran is a dragon or a kitten, the reality is probably way less interesting and way more complicated.
Finally, what's your take on the future of diplomacy under Trump's influence?
If the future of diplomacy were a movie, I'd say it's currently in the "what did I just watch" phase. We've gone from calm negotiations to high-stakes poker with a clown. It's like the storyline of a soap opera. There are unexpected twists, dramatic exits, and a lot of people shouting at each other. The future of diplomacy might require us to bring in a thesaurus, a therapist, and maybe a magician, because we're going to need some serious sleight of hand to deal with this circus.
So, we've got Iran claiming control over crucial undersea internet cables? What's the scoop?
Well, it's like letting the kid with the biggest Lego set dictate the rules of the neighborhood. Iran is suddenly stepping up as the self-appointed gatekeeper of these undersea highways. And if you want to surf the web over there, better be ready to ask for a permission slip. This isn't just a game of Monopoly where you can just go directly to jail. They're putting toll booths right on the digital freeway. Seriously, can you imagine the paperwork? I mean, we can't even find our car keys half the time, and now we have to fill out forms to send a cat meme across the globe.
What kind of impact do you think this will have on global connectivity?
Oh, it's kind of like someone deciding they want to turn off the Wi-Fi at a coffee shop right when everyone is trying to post their espressos on Instagram. This move could throw a major wrench into the gears of online life. With 15 to 20% of the world's internet traffic going through these cables, suddenly we'll be back to the stone age of dial-up speeds while trying to stream cat videos. Imagine trying to explain that to the kids. Sorry, no TikTok today, we're negotiating with Iran over our internet rights. They might as well bring back the flip phones.
And what about the countries relying on these cables? What's their play?
Well, let's just say, it's a bit like inviting a lion to a potluck. They might think they're just bringing a dish to share, but suddenly everyone's a little nervous about their small talk skills, and they're definitely not bringing any salad. These Gulf countries are practically wringing their hands over this. They depend on these cables for over 90% of their internet needs, while Iran can just coast along with barely half that reliance. It's like being forced to dance with someone who keeps stepping on your toes. Painful and completely avoidable if they just let everyone get along.
Do you think this move is really about internet cables or something bigger?
The age-old question. Is it about the internet or is it about power? Spoiler alert, it's always about power. This is like that moment in a sitcom where the quirky neighbor screams, "It's not just about the cookies," while hoarding all the treats for themselves. Iran waving its flag over these cables is not just a power play. It's a way of saying, look at me, world. I control your memes. It's a classic geopolitical chess game, except the pieces are Wi-Fi routers, and the stakes are whether we can still Google how to make a perfect avocado toast.
What's the bottom line on this craziness?
The bottom line? It's like watching a toddler throw a tantrum in a candy store. You know something wild is about to go down, and you're just trying to keep your cool. The world is in for some dramatic changes in internet access and financial transactions if Iran goes full throttle on this control. Forget about seamless streaming. We might have to start paying our bills via carrier pigeon. So buckle up, folks. It looks like the Wild West of the internet is about to get even wilder.
Any last thoughts on how this will unfold in the coming months?
It's like predicting the weather in a hurricane. Chances are, it's going to get messy. I'd say expect a lot of back and forth, like a tennis match, but with a lot more shouting and dramatic gestures. Countries will be scrambling to negotiate, and if we're lucky, they'll come up with some sweet deal that lets everyone use the internet without too much hassle. But if not, we might be looking at a digital divide so wide you could throw a party on it, complete with Wi-Fi free activities like staring blankly into space and shouting at the sky for our lost memes.
So, there's this hidden Spanish channel from DD Geopolitics that no one seems to know about. What's the deal with that?
Ah, yes, the elusive Spanish channel of DD Geopolitics, like the Loch Ness Monster, but with more politics and less swimming, you see? It's out there, swimming in the vast ocean of social media, waiting for someone to stumble upon it and say, hey, what's this treasure trove of geopolitical insights? Honestly, the channel is a bit like a secret club for savvy geopolitics enthusiasts, but you know, minus the leather jackets and secret handshakes. Just follow it already. You might find that geopolitics is a lot more entertaining in Spanish. Who knew diplomacy could have a flair for the dramatic?
Why is it important to follow channels like this one for news?
Oh, following such channels is like collecting Pokemon cards. You just never know when one will give you that rare insight that makes you feel both smart and slightly superior at parties. I mean, why waste time on the same old mundane news when you can spice up your feed with international espionage and diplomatic intricacies? It's like the difference between eating plain toast versus avocado toast. You deserve that extra layer of flavor in your news diet. So get on board, or risk being the last person at the trivia night who doesn't know who's currently negotiating with whom over a plate of paella.
Is following geopolitical news really necessary for the average person?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't you want to know if your next-door neighbor's political decisions might affect the price of avocados? It's like trying to bake a cake, but ignoring that your oven is actually a time portal to the 1800s. So yes, understanding global affairs can indeed prevent you from being that one person at dinner who thinks Zelensky is just a new brand of cologne. You'll be armed with enough knowledge to keep conversations lively, or at least enough to nod sagely while secretly Googling everything under the table.
What kind of insights can we expect from following this channel?
Think of it as your own personal crystal ball forecast of world events, without the smoke and mirrors, and maybe a few dad jokes thrown in for good measure. You'll get the juicy behind-the-scenes stuff of what's happening around the globe, the kind of insights that make you go, ah, so that's why my stocks just took a nosedive. It's both enlightening and entertaining, like discovering that your pet goldfish actually knows how to do calculus. So buckle up, because following this channel could just turn you into the armchair expert no one knew they needed.
How can someone get involved or find this hidden channel?
Getting involved is easier than trying to figure out how to fold a fitted sheet. Just click that follow button, and voila, you're in. No secret handshake required, just a simple click of a link, and suddenly you're part of the inner circle, ready to absorb all those juicy geopolitical tidbits. It's like finding the entrance to a speakeasy. One moment you're on the outside looking in, and the next, you're toasting to the latest updates with your new best friends in international relations. So what are you waiting for? Dive in like it's a kiddie pool on a hot summer day.
What else do you think listeners should know about the channel?
Well, apart from the fact that it's an absolute gem hidden in the vast sea of content out there, you should know that this isn't just another echo chamber of the same tired opinions. Nope, this is more like a buffet of perspectives, where you can sample reactions, analyze trends, and, if you're lucky, have a few laughs along the way. Think of it like attending a potluck dinner, except everyone brings their best dish, and nobody leaves with just potato salad. Plus, who doesn't want to be that person who knows what's cooking in the world? Follow along, and you'll never have to pretend to understand the latest election results again.